In a fully immersive virtual game where players constantly fought each other for control of territories, players gave it their own name, calling it Duel. In the backdrop of a reality where fierce battles between users had become a common and everyday occurrence, there lived a girl known to everyone as the Demon Queen. Some time ago, 3 men, finding themselves in a difficult situation, decided to retreat, realizing the need to unite with other comrades. One of them anxiously suggested that they leave the battlefield quickly before danger overtook them. However, the attempt to escape was fruitless, and the girl, demonstrating deadly dexterity, took the life of one of the men. The remaining 2 noticed her sudden appearance with surprise, expressing doubt that she could be here alone. One of them aggressively declared that he would not tolerate disdain towards himself and promised to wipe the smirk off her face. His comrade quickly stopped him, warning him against rash actions and a reckless attack. Meanwhile, the girl entered the battle with full determination, demonstrating high activity and fighting spirit. One of the men, taken by surprise by her actions, did not have time to do anything and fell in battle. The enemy, left alone, found himself in a state of horror. Recognizing that the situation had reached a point where there was no way out, he realized that he was cornered and had no way to escape the impending threat. A few months before these events, a third-year high school student named Mitsuki happily noted that he was feeling on the rise. The young man expressed confidence in the correctness of his decision to start the gaming session immediately after waking up. However, the system intervened and unexpectedly turned off the game, indicating that he was spending too much time in virtual reality. Mitsuki reminded him with a slight reproach that he hadn't played for so long in a long time and considered this an acceptable exception. However, the system again emphasized that his gaming activity was too great and expressed doubts about whether he had other hobbies or responsibilities. He, in turn, irritatedly noted that the artificial intelligence was too fond of giving advice and reminded her that she was just a program. He also mentioned that he had received a letter of recommendation for high school and said that he wanted to relax a little by playing in his free time. The system reminded him of the events planned for the day and asked him not to forget about his obligations. Mitsuki, trying to remember when they were supposed to take place, said that it seemed like they were scheduled for 11 o'clock. In response, the system reported that it was now 11 o'clock. The young man cried out in surprise and blamed the program for not warning him in advance. The artificial intelligence calmly explained that during the gameplay there was no way to establish contact with it. The guy admitted that the game turned out to be so exciting that he simply lost track of time, and with self-irony called himself a victim of high-quality game design. Meanwhile, the system expressed genuine concern for his future and well-being. To this, Mitsuki replied that he had taken a part-time job as a tester for a new game. The program again drew attention to the fact that they were talking about games again, and reminded him that he should hurry. He confirmed that this was now his job duty, and not just a pastime, and began to get ready. The system, observing his actions, noticed that although he was late, he remained in high spirits. Mitsuki confidently stated that the reason for his enthusiasm was because his father was the developer of this game. Once in the office, Mitsuki's father, a lead programmer and developer of the duo project named Sora, reproachfully asked if his son was late because he was so engrossed in the game. Mitsuki apologized to him, explaining that he ran as best he could. Sora calmly said that entertainment was normal for boys his age, but one should know when to stop. In response, the son promised to remember these words, and then handed his father his forgotten bento and a change of clothes, reminding him that he planned to spend the night in the office. Sora thanked him for his concern, saying words of gratitude. The boy noted with concern that his father looked tired and asked if he was getting enough sleep. Sora jokingly replied that sleep was for the weak and suggested they move on to the main part of the work. Mitsuki curiously asked if he would be testing the new game. The father confirmed that it was a project called Destiny, Uncha Online, which is a fully immersive VR MMORPG, and noted that today was the official launch. The young man admitted that he felt a little strange, because it was his father who created this game. Sora looked at his son and said that the game would be a serious test of his gaming skills and expressed interest in how he would do. Mitsuki enthusiastically noted that he couldn't wait for it to start, and asked them to get started quickly without wasting time. The developer agreed and said that testing would take place in the Duo game using the new device. He explained that the device is based on the technology of helium capsules, which are used in medical rehabilitation therapy, and was named Cradle. Sora explained that this system is capable of accurately reproducing all 5 human senses, providing a truly complete and deep immersion. Mitsuki said with surprise that the device looked nothing like a gaming device. He expressed doubt about its purpose and suggested that it might be prohibited or questionable equipment. The father firmly assured his son that the technology had passed all the tests and was completely legal. Mitsuki thought at that moment that the device, as his father claimed, perfectly reproduced all 5 senses, but he had doubts that Sora was exaggerating the capabilities of the technology. He, feeling confused, said that he would like to understand how exactly one could play on this strange device. The father, smiling reservedly, explained that everything was actually arranged, simply, because when using a device called the Cradle, the player received complete freedom of action, and was allowed to play as his soul dictated. Sora clarified that the Duel game is built on the principle that any character could be an enemy, and everyone had a chance to become the strongest player. Mitsuki said doubtfully that he didn't know if he could reach that level and become the strongest. Sora recalled that he used to spend entire days playing PvP games with great enthusiasm, and even considered himself a leader among players in this format. The young man, hearing this, angrily asked his father not to remind him of his dark past. After this, Sora pointed to the capsule to his son and invited him to climb inside. Mitsuki was surprised to hear that he had to dive into the cradle in his current form, without changing clothes. The father confirmed that this was indeed the case, and apologized for the fact that his son had to help him with work chores again. To this, Mitsuki confidently replied that he was helping his father not out of a sense of duty, but because he really enjoyed it, since he always looked forward to the new games that Sora created. The young man's words brought a warm smile to the father's face, and he admitted that he was glad to hear this from his son. After that, he asked how Mitsuki was doing with his mother. The young man replied that she seemed to be doing well, but they rarely saw each other, and when such meetings did occur, he did not know how to behave properly. Sora said with a little sadness that the game Duo was created together with Mitsuki's mother especially for him. Hearing this, the young man was surprised that the game was really meant for him and, moreover, was developed together with his mother. Sora looked down and apologized again for making his son help him, but Mitsuki repeated that it was not a burden to him. Then my father said that the Duo game had a special meaning for him, because it was meant just for him. The young man reacted to these words with bewilderment, not understanding what he was getting at. Sora continued that he hoped he would enjoy the game, and that if he ever found himself in a difficult situation in life, he should do what his heart tells him to do. Mitsuki didn't quite understand what his father was talking about, but he nodded in agreement. Sora said it was time to begin. Inside himself, the young man noted that this was a game that involved all 5 senses, and at the same time, it was in this game that he would become the strongest, and besides, the game was created by his parents to convey something important to him. Sora nodded calmly and gave the command to launch, wishing his son good luck. Mitsuki mentally promised himself that he would cope with any difficulties. The game started and a grand scene appeared before Mitsuki's eyes. He exclaimed when he saw the girl in front of him, who turned out to be the visual embodiment of the game system, and noted how many amazing and varied elements there were in the game. She greeted the player in the world of Destiny with a solemn voice, Unchained Online, and demanded to give her name. In his mind, Mitsuki wondered if this was really an artificial intelligence in front of him. Without thinking, he chose his usual nickname, Krim. The system immediately confirmed that it would henceforth call him Krim, and began creating a game character, but suddenly began to malfunction. Mitsuki noticed something odd and exclaimed, thinking that perhaps there was a bug since today was the official release day. Suddenly, a system alert appeared stating that unique characteristics had been detected in the user. Mitsuki muttered in surprise that he didn't understand what this message meant. The system reported that based on his characteristics, a special race was added to the available races. The young man repeated the words to himself, a special race, and expressed admiration when he saw that this was something truly rare. The next announcement announced the name of the new race, Noble Red, also known as Red Aristocrat. The description said that it was the forerunner of all vampire races, nocturnal hunters who fed on blood, with pale skin, white hair, and blood-colored eyes. Mitsuki noticed with horror that the girl's avatar in front of him was completely naked, which caused him to feel confused. The system explained that unique races are formed individually and can be generated based on the user's personal characteristics. The young man thought that if this race was rare, then it probably had some special properties. He began to study her with interest and said out loud the name of the race, Red Aristocrat. The system once again provided details, noting that this race is the progenitor of vampires, is divided into purebreds and half-breeds, and actively uses both close combat and magical abilities. She also added that the race has a unique magical ability, blood magic, which requires restoring spent blood by drinking the enemy's blood. Mitsuki, hearing this, said with alarm that he was a vegetarian, and this style of play did not suit him at all. In response, the system calmly explained that he could simply not use the unique magic if he didn't like it. The young man said with irritation that then he didn't understand why he would choose this race at all if he couldn't use its key advantage. The system explained in detail that both purebloods and half-bloods of the vampire race had a number of unique advantages over members of other races, but they also had certain disadvantages. In the case of purebreds, an extremely serious weakness to sunlight was noted. When exposed to direct sunlight for 20 seconds, the character completely lost all health points, which inevitably led to death. Mitsuki noted to himself that such a restriction seemed excessively strict and even a little frightening to him. The system continued and specified that even half-breeds have a sensitivity to the sun, which is expressed in a decrease in all characteristics by 20% when in bright sunlight. The young man said with alarm that this also sounded extremely unpleasant and began to consider whether he could still choose a purebred, but then realized that this would not allow him to play safely during the daytime, since any exposure to the sun would result in instant death. He weighed the risks and decided to play as the half-breed, despite her weakened characteristics. The system offered him an additional opportunity to choose additional weaknesses at his own discretion. Mitsuki was surprised by what he heard and wondered if this had any hidden consequences. The system clarified that this refers to the weaknesses of vampires described in various myths and legends, each of which, when added, will provide the player with bonus attribute points. The young man became interested in this mechanic and realized that potential weaknesses could not weaken, but rather strengthen his character. He began to distribute his starting skill points, explaining to himself that he preferred a high damage, high evasion fighting style over a strategy based on stamina and survivability. When choosing his basic abilities, he was particularly interested in the shadow weapon option, which he thought could be useful in stealth attacks. As a precaution, he also decided to take fall resistance to reduce the risk of damage from a surprise attack from above. The system reminded the player that he could take his time and calmly think over his choice. Later, after all the preparations, Mitsuki stated with satisfaction that he had completed the creation of the character. He chose the half-breed race and listed several additional weaknesses, to silver, to sacred texts and crucifixes, to fire, and to light, with the last two being especially pronounced. When he addressed the system, trying to attract the attention of the goddess whose image was her avatar, she reacted unexpectedly, as if she had been caught off guard. The young man wondered again to what extent this artificial intelligence was truly capable of human reaction. He began to wonder if he had rushed the character's creation, because if the game really involved all 5 senses, then the mechanics associated with drinking blood could cause him severe physiological discomfort. However, he realized that other players had probably already started the game, and if he wanted to become the best, he had no time to waste. At the same time, he felt the desire to look at other races in order to get a more complete picture. In addition to this, he couldn't shake the feeling that the whole situation with choosing a vampire race seemed suspiciously familiar to him. My mind was reminded of my father's words, who once told me that if he found himself in a difficult situation, he should do what his heart told him to do. Mitsuki said out loud that maybe he should do the right thing, and wondered if it was a bug that his character was displayed as a girl. He was surprised that the system did not allow changing the character's gender, because it would seem that such a function should exist. The system, without emotion, clarified that in this game changing gender is impossible for technical reasons. Mitsuki regretfully stated that he thought a male vampire character would have been more effective, but having made his decision, he announced his final choice. A system notification has registered that the player has selected the Red Aristocrat race. The character's registration was successfully confirmed, biometric data analysis began, genetic information was transferred to the cradle, and the user's consciousness was successfully uploaded. The security check was successful, and the virtual body loading began. Once inside the game world, Mitsuki immediately felt a multitude of new sensations. The smell of earth, fresh grass, and flowers filled his heightened perception. He realized that he could smell aromas in the digital world, as if they were happening in reality. Looking around, he noticed that he was in the middle of ruins, and suddenly realized that his voice had changed. To his confusion, he realized that he had started playing as a female character. Until this point, he thought it was just a visual bug, but now it became clear to him that it really wasn't a display error. He remembered that the system did not allow choosing a character of a different gender, and this should have been prohibited to prevent serious consequences in real life. Mitsuki called out to his father with desperation in his voice. Sora, having connected to the communication channel, laughed cheerfully, hearing the voice of his son, and noted that his voice was now very cute. Mitsuki reacted furiously to his father's light mockery, stating that his son now had a female voice and demanded that the character's gender be changed immediately. Sora calmly noted that this was likely caused by a technical problem with the equipment, and added that since Mitsuki was a tester, this situation was considered part of the testing. The young man, clearly outraged, again demanded to change his gender, to which Sora calmly replied that now he would have to spend 3 months in the game without leaving it, and he would sleep right inside the cradle. Mitsuki screamed in horror, realizing that his father was actually going to leave him in this virtual space for eternity. Sora recalled that he had previously told Mitsuki about the complete freedom he was supposed to have in the game. In response, Mitsuki anxiously stated that he felt like things had gone too far, since he was supposed to be entering high school in a month. Father easily suggested that Mitsuki would simply study at an online school after that, as if it wouldn't be any trouble. The young man reacted sharply to this, calling it a bad joke and declaring that he was going to exit the game right now. But the next second he realized that the exit was blocked. Sora calmly stated that he had anticipated this reaction and had deactivated the logout button in advance. In his mind, Mitsuki noted with irritation how reckless and stupid his father was. He, without hiding his anger, accused Sora of simply deciding to play a prank on him. Sora, instead of refuting, apologized in a serious tone and explained that he was not joking at all, and everything that was happening was completely real. He, noticing his son's displeased face, added that he understood how shocked he was and asked him to believe him, because Mitsuki really needed to participate in this game. Sora emphasized that what he wants most is for his son to truly have fun in this world. After a short pause, Mitsuki reluctantly agreed, but asked to at least be given the option to change the character's gender. The father responded with regret that this was technically impossible. He advised his son to complete the training and then head to the starting town called Wyndham, and ended by wishing him luck, affectionately calling him Kremachka. Mitsuki repeated this address indignantly, irritably wondering whose fault it was that he ended up stuck in a woman's body. He, deciding to distract himself, switched his attention to the introduction to the game process. As part of the training video, he was told that once upon a time, for a long time, the entire continent was ruled by a great and powerful empire that established its power throughout the world. However, even the greatest power was destined to fall, and over time its reign came to an end. The population, exhausted by the emperor's tyranny, rebelled, resulting in a devastating civil war that ended his reign. 30 years have passed, and conflicts have begun to flare up again in the world, giving rise to a new wave of struggle for power. During this time, many countries emerged on the continent. Some tried to lead those who had lost faith in the future, others sought to prove their strength, others called themselves the new guardians of order, and others simply pursued personal or religious goals. Since then, war has become a common occurrence, a kind of transition between the life and death of a state, and it was during this chaotic period that the players emerged. This was the story of the world that Mitsuki found himself in. He, under the impression, noted that the outcome of the whole story turned out to be quite interesting. It seemed that under the despotic emperor, the situation even seemed more stable. However, he learned a lot of important information. It turns out that the game relies on a PvP-oriented skill system, has a huge map divided into different areas, and offers players to unite into guilds capable of capturing territories. In other words, he was faced with a game with a concept of conquering countries, where the emphasis was on large-scale battles. Each guild, in case of victory, received the right to manage the occupied lands. This opened up the GVG format to him, which he had not previously participated in. Although he had a lot of experience in PvP battles in the past, such large battles were new to him. He was especially excited by the idea of becoming the ruler of his own kingdom. He remembered that his parents probably wanted to tell him something important through this game. With this realization, he decided to gather allies and create his own kingdom. However, when I returned to the current situation, I realized that I had started the game in a dense forest. He tried to figure out which direction he should move in, but there were no clues in the interface. Wide paths opened up before him, but moving through the forest proved difficult due to the uneven surface. He was afraid that at any moment he might trip and fall. The world turned out to be surprisingly realistic. He activated the sprint skill to move faster. A system notification confirmed that the sprint skill had been upgraded to one of 100 levels. Krim noted that his body became light as a feather. He realized that in Duo there are no conventional levels, but there is a deeply thought-out system of skills that can be pumped up through the repetition of specific actions. Soon a new notification followed that the sprint skill had been increased by another point. At that moment, Krim heard someone scream and realized that a game event related to the NPC had occurred. He saw a monster attacking a boy. The boy desperately said that this was the end for him. Krim immediately entered the fight, attacking the monster and shouting at it not to give up, because it was not over yet. After a quick attack, he asked if the boy was okay. The boy, confused, mistook him for his sister and asked who he was. Krim was taken aback for a second, but then remembered that he now looked like a girl, and confidently declared that his sister would protect him. He noted with a smile that he had managed to get his bearings in the situation, but was suddenly attacked by a monster. In a panic, he said that the enemy was much faster than expected, and clearly did not look like a standard training opponent. The boy cried out in alarm, asking what he was doing, and confidently declared that he would not be able to defeat this creature. Krim, not wanting to be underestimated, replied that he did not intend to give up so easily. He noted to himself that Duo was based on the skill of the player, and if the blow was delivered correctly, especially a critical one, then the enemy should fall. He struck, but realized with horror that the attack did no harm. The monster's skin was too thick. The boy screamed again, repeating that it was impossible to defeat this enemy. Krim, without losing his composure and analyzing what was happening, confidently decided that if a normal attack could not harm the enemy, then it was time to use a magical weapon. He stated out loud that he was going to use a skill that would go well with the high magical power characteristics that were characteristic of the Red Aristocrat race. Immediately after this, a notification appeared in the system, describing the ability being activated. The skill was called Shadow Light Weapon and was a spell from the School of Shadow Magic that created a light but deadly magical weapon in the caster's hand by thickening a dense shadow around it. The system explained that the attack power of this weapon was directly dependent on the owner's level of magical power. Krim, armed with this blade, confidently said that if this weapon penetrates the enemy, then he will have to admit defeat, since the outcome of the battle is already predetermined. In his mind, he noted that in this game world, there was a simple but very logical rule. If you deal a blow that knocks off a head, then regardless of the number of remaining health points, the target will die. He experienced an almost maniacal satisfaction from a precise, accurate blow that was supposed to hit the enemy's vulnerable point. Immediately after the victory, Krim turned to the boy and asked if he was okay. The young NPC, still shocked by what had happened, replied that he was fine and said with admiration that his savior was indeed very strong. Suddenly the boy stumbled but quickly regained his balance. Krim, worried, asked again if he had received any injuries. The boy began to apologize in fear for his awkwardness. In response, Krim tried to calm him down and asked why he was so upset. After this, George, that was the boy's name, thanked him for saving him and introduced himself. Krim responded by giving his name and adding that he simply could not act otherwise. The young companion was surprised to hear that Krim used the word could, since it was a girl standing in front of him. At that moment, Krim cursed to himself, realizing that he still wasn't used to the fact that in this world he looked like a girl. He tried to correct himself with a forced smile, and, laughing, said that he had simply misspoke and should have said could. After this, Krim timidly asked if he could stay with George. The boy happily agreed and said that he had a spare room that he was not using. Krim expressed his sincere gratitude and called him his savior. However, George immediately indignantly reminded him that it was Krim who saved him, and now he himself must somehow thank him for this. He added that very soon the city will be visible from the forest. Cream concluded that the training had ended at this point and assumed that they were heading to a starting town called Wyndham. George reacted with surprise and explained that they were actually heading to a city called Misty Nebula. He expressed confusion as to how Cream could have confused the two cities, since Wyndham was located on the other side of the continent. These words caused internal shock in Cream. He noted to himself that this meant more than just a mistake in the route. It was a full-fledged transfer to a completely different region. A thought formed in Cream's mind that, apparently, the monster he had just fought was not the intended boss for the tutorial at all, but was an ordinary enemy. He even chuckled, realizing how absurd all this was. Having said out loud that one bug with the character's gender was not enough, Cream began to get even more indignant. He said that now, as if by the will of fate, he was thrown to the edge of the game world. At the same time, he angrily blamed his father, who, in his opinion, could have foreseen everything in advance, but instead allowed such chaos to occur. It had been 2 hours since the start of the Duo project, and as Cream moved through the game world, he began to feel that he was gradually grasping the essence of the game mechanics. He realized that in this system, the key to victory was not simply reducing the enemy's health points, but precisely destroying vital organs, such as the heart, brain, or spine. When the right moment arrived, Cream activated a move called Divine Dash. The system immediately gave an explanation. Divine Dash is a special technique that allows you to instantly reduce the distance between the player and the target. Cream noted to himself that he was not in the habit of looking at the enemy's remaining health points, because, in his opinion, the main goal was always to deliver a fatal blow on the first try, and preferably at a vulnerable point. He thought that by attacking weak points, there was indeed a chance of instant kill, even if he encountered other players. Meanwhile, George, watching the actions of his companion, noted with sincere admiration that Cream turned out to be truly cool and strong. He said that it was thanks to Cream's help that he was able to gather the ingredients needed to prepare the medicine without any problems. Cream, realizing that the starting city was too far away, decided to temporarily head to the nearest settlement, which was called Novel. After a while, George called out loudly to Cream and asked with hope in his voice if they had managed to find the necessary ingredient. Cream calmly replied that the result was negative so far. George nodded, saying that he had heard that the ingredient could be found in that area. Cream thought for a moment, noting to himself that helping George find rare materials was not part of his initial training. He concluded that the original quest to rescue George was probably not part of the tutorial, and had now smoothly transitioned into a classic hidden object quest. Realizing that he had never completed his full training, Cream was irritated to realize that he had now become something of a nanny. He admitted that his quest to speedrun the game had failed and there was no point in worrying about it anymore. He decided that he needed to get serious about developing his skills. Since the current city was not the starting one, the quests here logically should have been more difficult. He concluded that the current task could be a developmental quest, and that, despite its apparent simplicity, its essence could be much deeper. Cream mused that such search quests could be a trap, with the true level of difficulty only becoming apparent towards the middle. He felt psychological pressure on himself and began to wonder if perhaps this mission had been difficult from the very beginning. The desire to understand the full story of this task became stronger and stronger. Coming closer to George, Cream asked him to tell him what he was doing alone in such a dangerous forest, and asked if he was really collecting ingredients for the medicine. George admitted that his home is a pharmacy, and although he does not know how to mix potions, he is very good at collecting ingredients. Cream hugged the boy sympathetically, and noted with slight irony that it sounded heroic, despite the fact that he almost died. George, blushing, began to justify himself, saying that it wasn't that serious and that he was just unlucky. Cream sighed and added that, despite everything, going to such places alone without an adult was extremely dangerous. George replied that adults, including his father and others, did not think it necessary to do things like collect ingredients, and that was why he did it himself. Nevertheless, he thanked Cream with gratitude for her help, because that day he managed to collect much more than usual. Cream calmly replied that he helped from the bottom of his heart. George happily reported that they had already collected everything they needed, and suggested that they set off for the city of Navel as soon as possible. Cream began to feel a slight inner uneasiness, and wondered if something strange was going on around him, or if George was perhaps hiding something. He also noted that the quest was too easy, and there was a clear catch to it. The thought arose that perhaps something worthwhile was waiting for him as a reward. Cream remembered that George had offered to let him stay in the spare room, and decided that until he was properly prepared to go to Wyndham, he would stay nearby. He soon exclaimed with enthusiasm that they had arrived at Naval, and celebrated the moment with genuine joy. Later, already in the city, George noticed that Cream looked tired and worriedly asked if everything was okay with him. Cream apologetically admitted that he felt dizzy. George, slightly out of breath, noticed that he and Cream had been in the forest too long. At that moment, Cream acutely felt how the sunlight was beginning to affect his body. He thought that this was the real weakness to the sun that was inherent in the vampire race, and noted that it really did cause noticeable pain. However, he also realized that the situation was not critical, because despite being a pure blood, his body was not destroyed by the sun, and this was already a great relief. George, sensing his condition, suggested moving into the shade to make things easier. Krim, looking around, reminded the boy that if he was going to take him to his home, he must first get his parents' consent. Later, when they arrived at the house, they were met by an adult man who began to scold George with noticeable irritation. He reminded him that he had warned him more than once about the inadmissibility of walking in the forest alone, and asked reproachfully if he had really forgotten about it. George, trying to justify himself, mumbled that he needed ingredients for medicine. The man, not letting him finish, harshly cut him off, saying that there could be no buts, because he could die. He added that if it weren't for the girl's intervention, George would have been dead long ago. The boy, with a downcast look, admitted that he understood everything. The man sighed heavily and added that he and his son regularly discussed the issue, and then, turning to Cream, he apologized for the disturbance, expressing his sincere gratitude for the rescue. He said with regret that if it were not for the help, the situation could have ended tragically. Krim mentally noted that this scene sounded almost like it was from real life. The dialogue was so convincing and lively. The man, continuing the conversation, suddenly spoke about the room and said that since Cream had saved George, he could stay in the house as long as he wanted. He introduced himself as Radgar and added that he owned the pharmacy. Krim stated his name, but this caused a brief moment of confusion. George noticed with a grin that Cream was talking like a boy again. Krim winced internally and realized that he had completely forgotten that his avatar looked like a girl. He pulled himself together with difficulty, trying to somehow smooth over the awkwardness. George quickly brushed the situation aside, saying that everything was fine. Radgar, with a good-natured grin, said that wasn't it great that such a beautiful girl became the hero of the day. George, embarrassed, tried to object, calling Cream clumsy, but his words sounded weak. Krim began to justify himself, but he himself became confused in his own speech, feeling discomfort from the strange situation. Inside, he remembered again that he didn't even know what his current appearance looked like. He mentally noted that in his mind, the avatar should have combined a male face with a female body, but now he had to check. And, touching the face, he realized that it definitely belonged to a girl. Radgar, noticing the confusion, turned to George and suggested that he show a little more hospitality to his guest. George muttered irritably at his father to shut up and volunteered to clean Cream's room himself. Radgar noted with a slight grin that his son was growing up, and then turned to Krim with an offer to talk in private. When they were alone, Radgar told them that there was a sick girl in the house whose body had been weakened since birth, and their medicines had stopped working properly. He added that George often goes into the forest to collect ingredients, risking his life, despite all the prohibitions. Krim agreed that the forest was indeed very dangerous. Radgar admitted with annoyance that no matter how much he talked to his son, he never listened. He asked Cream to keep an eye on George to make sure he didn't get into trouble. Krim agreed without objection. Radgar warned that the request might seem intrusive, but then gently added that Cream should feel at home in this house. Krim noted to himself that first he needed to look around and understand the situation. The information he had just heard about his sick daughter made him think. He decided that he would spend the time helping George with the cleaning, and began looking for his room. Meanwhile, George was at the bedside of his sister, whose name was Juna. He gently asked her to be patient for a little while, promising that she would feel better soon. George said tenderly that he really wanted to spend time with her, to play, but for that she had to get well first. He said that he had collected a few more ingredients and hopefully noted that she was already getting better, so now she should just rest. Krim was thinking, Realizing that this girl was really seriously ill, George soon approached him again. He called out to him joyfully and asked if Cream already knew that he had a sister. He confirmed that his father had probably already told him about it and began to share his concerns. George said that Juno was getting weaker every day and that they had less and less time. He added that he did not know exactly what his father told him, but expressed his determination to continue the search. He firmly stated that nothing could stop him, not even Krim. Krim calmly replied that he had no intention of interfering with George. He suggested joining forces and collecting the necessary ingredients together. George happily agreed and said that this was their promise. Krim, standing in silence and reflecting on the last few days, came to the conclusion that 4 days had already passed since his father had effectively locked him in this virtual world, and they had flown by in one quick, almost imperceptible moment. George greeted Cream cheerfully and said with a smile that it was time to stop dancing in the morning and go into the forest for new medicinal herbs. Cream, smiling slightly confusedly, greeted George and said that he had not danced at all. The boy was surprised to see Cream getting up so early and wondered if it was related to the characteristics of his race. In addition, he offered Krim to put on his cloak because, as he remembered, he did not tolerate sunlight very well. Krim wondered with irony where this caring boy had been before with such an idea. When they found themselves in the forest, another enemy suddenly appeared. Cream, quickly assessing the situation, ordered George to take cover. In his head, Krim noted that he was facing an aquatic reptile and realized that he had not started the fight in the most advantageous position, knee-deep in water. The enemy gained an advantage due to the environment and was incredibly fast. Krim realized that in this case he had to act differently. He could hardly contain his irritation, as the enemy was constantly spinning, and his omnipresent tail interfered with his aimed blows. Finally, taking advantage of the opportune moment, he struck and incapacitated his opponent. When the fight was over, KSRIM noticed that the mob dropped a rare ingredient. He immediately concluded that the item must be valuable if it was guarded by such a powerful monster. The system issued an alert that 2 copies of an item called Snake Mo were received. Cream, examining the find, told George that he had found something interesting. The boy ran up enthusiastically and asked to show him the find. Meanwhile, Krim began to reflect on his progress. He realized that his skills had improved significantly, and he now had the opportunity to learn new techniques. One of them, Capkin, allowed you to catch the enemy by surprise. Shadow bullets were a ranged attack that, while weak in damage, could be useful under certain conditions. Krim concluded that ranged combat skill could be useful even with his specialization. Also on the list was a new form of blood magic that increased the user's stats for a short period of time, but required the mage's own blood as payment. Krim found this dubious. He didn't understand why a vampire would need such a risky skill. Since there might be other enemies nearby, he decided not to use this ability for now. After analyzing everything, he realized that 4 whole days had already passed, but the quest still had not been completed. He began to suspect that the task might have been designed to be carried out by a group, but to his disappointment, he still hadn't met any living players, which meant it was impossible to test this assumption. Krim remembered that during all this time, he had not seen a single other user, despite the fact that, logically, players should have already explored a significant part of the map. He began to wonder if the Duo game world was really so big that it was impossible to completely explore it even in a few days. This could very well be true. When he looked up at the sky, George noticed his thoughtfulness and asked what he was looking at. Krim said it was nothing special, but he noticed that it was going to rain and suggested they go home. He noted in his mind that there was only one last ingredient left, and if they kept up the pace, they would make it in time. Upon returning home, George asked with concern if Juna's condition had worsened. Radgar, with a heavy heart, confirmed that the girl had difficulty opening her eyes that day. George couldn't believe it. Because they had collected almost everything, there was only one missing component left. Hearing this, Radgar exclaimed in surprise, realizing that the children had gone into the forest again to pick herbs. Cream, wasting no time, told George that they must go get the last ingredient immediately. However, Radgar stopped them abruptly. George, puzzled, demanded an explanation, adding that he knew where the necessary grass grew. Radgar guessed that they were going to go to Blackwood. He warned that this is where the Master of the Forest's lair is located. Krim clarified how strong this master is. Radgar replied that even the word strong did not convey the whole essence. It was a giant bear terrorizing all of Blackwood. He said that the beast had already killed many people and was keeping the entire region in fear. According to him, this is not just a strong opponent. It is an embodied threat whose possessions cannot even be approached. Krim mentally understood where this was all heading. He clearly realized that this bear was a typical boss of the location. To defeat him, you will need a full group of players, because he will not be able to cope with such a monster alone. Krim with hope and asked if he could defeat such a strong enemy. Krim, assessing his strength, honestly admitted that this was hardly possible for now. George paused and then said that it was okay, he wasn't going to ask for the impossible. Later, Krim realized that he needed to find a way to assemble a group, but the problem was that there were no other players around him. He began to wonder if it was possible to find someone in the city and what could be done in such a situation. At that moment, Krim heard voices from the street. One of them asked Radgar if he was sure of his guesses. Radgar answered in the affirmative, adding that the man in question was indeed in the forest now. Krim went to the window and saw that people had gathered near the house. He realized that they were going to hunt a bear. One of them, with a gloomy expression on his face, said that few people return from there alive. Krim, turning to Radgar, asked for an explanation. Radgar, with a worried expression on his face, admitted that he had discovered that some of his tools were missing. He suggested that George might have taken them and gone into the depths of Blackwood without permission. Krim, clenching his fists and looking towards the forest, made a firm decision for himself. He needed to save George. However, Radgar, noticing his intentions, stood in his way and sternly told him that he would not have a single chance if he went there alone. He added that he did not understand how he was going to single-handedly defeat the beast that had become a real nightmare in these parts. Krim looked down, hesitating, but still tried to object. However, Radgar reiterated with emphasis that this was not a fight where one could expect to win alone, even if one believed in one's strength. Krim, feeling his insides tighten, replied with pain in his voice that if he didn't leave right now, it might be too late and George would die. Radgar, hearing these words, sank down and bitterly admitted that he himself understood all this. He repeated several times that he was aware of the danger, but was powerless to change anything. Krim calmly responded that she had to finish what she had started, no matter how dangerous the road might be. In his mind, he replayed the route. The last necessary ingredient, which was vital to saving Juna, was in a cave located deep in the forest. Luckily, thanks to the interface and map system, the cave was already marked, so getting lost was not possible. I ran to the place and saw the entrance to the cave in front of me. There was less and less time left, and Krim understood that he could not delay any longer. He thought about how the perfection of modern technology had made this world surprisingly realistic. All non-player characters, although controlled by artificial intelligence, behaved so naturally that it became impossible to distinguish them from real people. Quests appeared as a logical continuation of conversations, and their content changed depending on the player's behavior and decisions. The entire environment organically influenced the development of the plot. The game world gained real depth, and every interaction with NPCs felt like a genuine conversation. Krim speculated that any player intervention in the life of a non-player character affects their personality, because such characters experience emotions: joy, anger, anxiety, sadness. And if one of their loved ones dies, they are not reborn, as is customary in other games. Instead, the plot dynamically restructures itself to accommodate the consequences. He realized that he could, for example, go hunting with the villagers. But these villagers were the same NPCs as George, and she couldn't bear the thought that something irreparable could happen to them. He couldn't just accept it as part of the gameplay. Soon, he reached the desired point. Before his eyes appeared a large area that served as an arena for the upcoming battle. This is where the main enemy was supposed to appear. Krim, looking ahead, noticed a familiar figure lurking behind a large boulder. It was George. With relief in his voice, Krim shouted, glad that he was alive, and urged him to leave with him immediately. George, alarmed, replied that it would be impossible to do this because the monster was already somewhere very close. It was at this moment that the master of the forest himself appeared from the shadows. He was so huge and menacing that even Krim, who was used to fighting, felt something freeze inside him. The system displayed a notification. A boss appeared in front of it, the legendary beast of the Black Forest. The fight was declared started. Krim realized that there was nowhere else to retreat. Now he would have to fight. Krim, standing in front of the monster, mentally asked himself a sarcastically question whether in front of him was really a creature that someone had once called simply a bear. The monster, without giving a second to think, immediately rushed into the attack and struck Krim with the fury of a wild beast. Krim noticed that the enemy was not only massive, but also incredibly fast, and his movements were frighteningly precise. Enormous paws with claws, comparable in size to Krim's body, flashed menacingly before her eyes. Due to the size of the enemy, it was impossible to determine exactly at what distance one should dodge in order to avoid being crushed. However, Krim realized that he could not just defend himself. He had to attack. He activated the shadow weapon, hoping to cause damage. However, the blow was useless. The sword did not leave even a scratch. It turned out that the beast's neck was covered with a strong shell designed to protect against critical blows. Krim concluded that physical attacks were pointless and switched to magical ones. He used shadow bullets, hoping for better results. The system has indicated that this skill deals fixed damage to enemies with low defense. Krim realized with annoyance that this didn't help either. The monster had 4 extra cubes below its health bar, which probably meant it had 5 life bars. This amount of strength was excessive, even for an experienced player. Krim realized that he needed to knock down the defenses, perhaps destroy the beast's scales. He activated the trap. The system indicated that the trap creates a hole under the target's feet. Krim saw an opportunity and tried to combine the power of magic with the moment of the enemy's fall, hoping to deliver a powerful blow. He brought the sword down with force, but the scales remained intact again. Moreover, the weapon cracked and broke. He immediately summoned a new sword, but the feeling of helplessness grew. The boss's health had not even moved. Krim concluded that there was only one chance for success, to deal a critical blow to the vital organs. He gathered his strength, aimed at the beast's neck, and prepared for the decisive blow. But before he could make a move, the monster counterattacked first. Krim felt himself being thrown back. The boss was not only strong, but also cunning. The next system message showed that Krim's right arm was now unavailable. Krim was shocked. He only received a scratch, but for some reason he lost the ability to move it. At this time, George watched what was happening and thought with alarm that little sister Krim had fallen hard, and that if she made another mistake, it would be the end of her. Krim, on the other hand, tried to maintain his composure. He mentally told himself not to panic. The race he belonged to had a passive auto-healing skill, and that effect was currently activated. Until the wound healed, he wouldn't be able to use his arm, so he could only dodge. However, the monster was getting closer again, and the situation was becoming dangerous. At that moment, a ringing sound came out of nowhere. George threw a stone at the beast. Krim turned around in surprise, not believing that someone dared to do such a thing. George screamed, calling the monster to him and demanding that it not touch Krim. Krim realized with horror that the monster had indeed turned its attention to the boy. He was about to run when he noticed that the tip of the shadow blade left inside the beast was still sticking out of the enemy's body. This gave Krim a chance. He had time to realize that perhaps the point would play a key role. At this point, George handed him the ingredient and shouted for him to take it to his father. Krim exclaimed that he was a fool and rushed to protect him. He managed to cover the boy, but found himself under a powerful blow from the enemy. George, seeing this, burst into tears. He blamed himself, said that everything that had happened was his fault, that he could not help anyone, and begged his sister to forgive him. Krim, overcoming the pain, assured him that he was not guilty. In his thoughts, he noted that he still had one trump card left, blood magic. He decided to use a fire spell to turn the tide of battle. If he could weaken the enemy for at least 30 seconds, that might be enough time to end the fight. He told George that thanks to his help, he had a chance. The boy asked hopefully if that was true. Krim confirmed that he had not given up yet. He realized that the monster's main vulnerability was in the neck area. Now that he had studied all of its movements, he had a plan. George noticed that Krim's hair had changed. Krim mentally noted that a new ability had been activated, Blood of Fire. He said to himself with determination that the moment had come. It was time to begin. Krim was clearly aware that there were many races in this world, each with their own unique abilities, but the most dangerous and demanding of them was, without a doubt, the flame blood. When this ability was activated, the blood in the body literally boiled, which dramatically increased physical performance, healed wounds, and gave incredible strength. However, after the effect ended, the effect had a heavy price. The body weakened so much that it lost the ability to continue the fight. Krim had neither enough health nor enough time. He had only 30 seconds left to finish the battle. He activated the ability and rushed into battle, feeling his blows become more powerful, his movements sharper and faster. Thanks to the buff he received, he moved like a man possessed, and finally began to understand the rhythm of the monster's attacks. It became easier for him to predict the beast's actions, especially when it was preparing to strike from above. He used the window that opened and directed the attack at a weak point, the joint of the plates on the neck. Krim hit it again and again, trying to break through the strong armor. The beast, which had previously been furious and ferocious, now began to lose momentum. Krim realized that he was dodging too much. It was time to go on the offensive. But even with the boost, he lacked strength. He decided to attack with his entire body, putting all his mass into striking the vulnerable spot. He managed to break through the defense, but time was running out. Only 10 seconds remained. If he doesn't win right now, it will all be for nothing. Krim, having gathered the rest of his strength, rushed towards the beast and dealt the decisive blow. The system recorded the outcome. The legendary beast of the Black Forest fell in battle. A message appeared on the screen that the boss in this location had been defeated for the first time. Krim received the title of Hunter of Legendary Beasts. After some time, Krim woke up. His first sensation was a bright light shining into his eyes. He tried to get his bearings and remembered what had happened. The name George came to mind. He looked at himself and was amazed to realize that his body had become significantly smaller. George rushed to him with relief, glad that Krim had regained consciousness. Krim replied that he was glad to see George alive. The boy asked in surprise if it was really Lady Krim standing in front of him. Krim confirmed and then apologized to Radgar for all the inconvenience. George, beaming with pride, said he knew it was her from the start. Krim remembered how, after defeating the beast, Radgar and other villagers came running to the scene and carried him, now a little girl, and George back to the village. Radgar, looking at her, asked why she suddenly became smaller. Krim hesitated, but in his mind he explained that this was a side effect of the red aristocrat race. Due to using a certain skill, he lost too much blood, and perhaps that was what affected his appearance. He expressed hope that the guess was correct. Krim finally decided to tell the truth. He belongs to the race of vampires, creatures that feed on blood. He admitted that he found it disgusting, and if the villagers wanted to expel him, he would leave without objection. George categorically refused to accept this, claiming that Krim had saved him. Radgar fully supported his son's words. He said that thanks to Krim, Juna feels better, and that it was he who saved his children, so now he is considered a part of their family. Krim thanked him for his trust, and said that, although it might sound strange, if he drank some blood, he might be able to recover. Radgar calmly allowed him to let go of his restraint. Krim mentally noted that he would be happy to refuse this, but the blood looked too appetizing. He realized that these were vampire instincts. George noticed the confusion and asked what was the matter. Krim admitted that he is a vegetarian and the smell of blood disgusts him. George wondered in amazement how Krim had ever lived to this age in such a state. He added that he must be feeling bad if he was so weak. Krim agreed. George, wanting to help, advised closing his eyes, pinching his nose, and drinking the blood in one gulp. At that moment, strange memories overwhelmed Krim. He heard a voice calling for an ambulance. The voice screamed at me not to let go of the wound. Someone called out Ku and Hijiri by name. Someone apologized, assuring that everything that happened was not their fault. Krim was shocked. He didn't understand why the memories came flooding back so suddenly right now. George knocked cautiously on the door and asked if he could come in. Krim, having come to his senses, allowed it. George admitted that he was very worried. Krim apologized for all the commotion and said that he was already feeling better. He noted that he had returned to his body. George expressed regret for forcing Krim to drink blood and admitted that he shouldn't have been pressured. Krim said that it wasn't that at all. He really couldn't stand blood. George then admitted that the blood was his own. Radgar intervened, saying that he understood how hard it was for Krim, and asked him to refrain from drinking any more blood. Krim replied that he did not intend to continue. Then Radgar ceremoniously presented Krim with the gift. The system issued a message, a unique piece of clothing, a red cape made from the mane of a young lion. It gave +3 to strength and +10 to fire resistance. The item's durability was 100 out of 100, and the cloak itself was bound to the character and could not be sold. Legend has it that this was the Emperor's own favorite cloak in his younger years. Krim accepted the gift with admiration, and noted that it was unique equipment. Radgar recalled that Krim had originally wanted to go to Wyndham. Krim remembered that this was indeed the starting location that he needed to get to. Radgar, regretfully, said that he did not know the way there, but suggested trying to find out information in the big city. Krim asked where exactly this could be done. Radgar explained that they needed to go to the transport panel in the main square and get to the city where travelers were gathering. He said that this city was called Valhallen, the city of eternal trade. Later, Krim arrived in Valhallen and was shocked to see a flying city spread out before him. He watched in awe as players scurried about, busy with their own affairs. Meanwhile, in the Cradle, the university hospital, a consciousness transfer was taking place. One of the men confirmed that the operation had been successful and headed for the exit. The woman who was present there greeted him, calling him partner. Sora was shocked when he recognized her. The woman noticed that their child seemed to have made a choice. Sora replied that it was possible, but he thought it would take a little more time. The woman added that she couldn't wait to tell the child many things, and said with hope that she would wake up soon. After all, it was her daughter. The city, which was named Valhallen, became known as the City of Eternal Trades and was known for being accessible from any, even the most remote point in the world, because it was created as a gaming location for players from all over the world. Krim found himself in this city floating above the ground and was surprised to see how many players had gathered there, as if the entire population of the game had flocked here. He realized that he had never even suspected that something like this existed in the Duel game before, and expressed regret that he had not come here much earlier. While pondering the purpose of this place, he noted that it was called the City of Trade, which sounded rather unusual. Meanwhile, the announcer's voice cut through the noise, announcing that the fighters in the arena were running low on health and a tense battle for victory had begun. Krim looked towards the city center and was surprised to recognize the massive building as a real coliseum located right in the heart of the city. He realized that in front of him was a full-fledged PvP arena, created for duels between players. Smiling ironically, he noted that this is how unexpectedly the bargaining for which he came here looked. The player finally decided on the direction, and decided that Wyndham would have to wait a little. The voices of other players could be heard all around, discussing equipment, offering to try on other weapons, arguing about their characteristics, complaining about the appearance of items, and evaluating scrolls. One of them complained that he had mistakenly purchased 9,999 forks and refused to lend them. Krim decided to take his time and first properly study the architecture and structure of the city, heading towards the nearest turn. At this time, other players began to discuss the appearance of one girl with snow-white hair, calling her cute, and wondering if it was possible to create such a face using the character editor. They tried to figure out if she was an NPC, and seriously considered getting to know her better, and one of them even offered to let her join the guild. Krim, being in this girl, was surprised at why he became the object of such close attention from those around him. He realized that he had not yet seen his own reflection in the mirror, and he wondered how attractive he looked. Finding himself in front of the mirror, he was amazed to see that standing in front of him was a girl with an unusually cute appearance, like a doll. The player noted that his hair was indeed too noticeable and attracted too much attention. He found it hard to believe that his appearance was so expressive and attractive because he was a guy, and this whole situation made him very embarrassed. He wondered why he would give the character such a gentle and sincere smile. Reflections led him to the idea that if he really were a girl with such a face, then perhaps many things in his life would have gone differently. Then his thoughts turned to food, and he thought wistfully of how long it had been since he had eaten French fries. The player noted that in Radgar's world, his diet was limited to water and bread. He was amazed at how realistically and accurately the game Duo conveys taste sensations. Krim was glad that it was impossible to gain weight here no matter how much he ate, and in his opinion, that was why there were so many girls here. He reminded himself that he belonged to a rare and noble race of elves. one of the hidden varieties. The player noted his racial skill called Fear of Pain, which increased all physical damage taken by 10%. Krim admitted that such a skill sounds scary, but at the same time came to the conclusion that it is quite possible to live with it. Off to the side, two players, one an orc and one a goblin, were discussing how impractical a female knight was, and then one of them declared that he wanted to die. Krim, casting a glance at them, said that it was better to be a woman than an orc, and noted how terrible and rude their faces were. Players were outraged, and stated that both orcs and goblins also belonged to hidden races. To this, Krim asked them not to shout, and wondered if they were really players. He analyzed that goblin and orc are quite unusual representatives of hidden races in the game Duel. Krim concluded that each of these races has many unique abilities that distinguish them from the standard ones. He noted that the standard races are well balanced, but do not stand out in any way. The player decided that he still had to study the hidden races in more depth, although someone might prefer more familiar races. Suddenly, a stranger named Elmir approached him and praised his cloak, but expressed the opinion that the rest of his equipment left much to be desired. He introduced himself and offered to teach Krim the basics of the game, suspecting that he was a newbie. Krim was horrified in his thoughts, deciding that in front of him was someone who was trying to flirt. He stated that he wanted to figure things out on his own and learn the game on his own. He mentally complained that he didn't want to talk about himself and hoped that the stranger would leave him alone. However, Elmir continued talking, mentioning that the character editor in the game is quite limited, but despite this, Krim looks very cute. The player realized that his interlocutor was not listening to his words at all. He reiterated that he prefers to travel alone. Suddenly, Elmir grabbed his hand, asking him not to leave. Krim felt a strong burning sensation from the silver rings on Elmir's hand, and, trying to break free, said that he could not stay with him. Elmir, noticing this reaction, was surprised and suggested that Krim might be a vampire. Krim was outraged by his words and began to worry, as there were many people around. The crowd immediately became animated, beginning to discuss the rarity of the race to which he probably belonged, admiring his fangs, pointed ears, and bestial eyes. Elmir enthusiastically declared that Krim was a representative of a hidden race and invited him to join the guild. The player responded to this with a decisive refusal. He thought that Elmir probably wanted to form a guild consisting exclusively of players from the hidden races. The stranger began asking personal questions, asking where Krim lived, whether he was a schoolgirl, and asked to name the character. The player, not wanting to reveal information, gave his name as Bulba. Elmir took this name as cute and expressed sympathy. Krim cursed in his mind, wishing that his interlocutor would finally leave him alone. He meanwhile pointed to the arena and suggested that they fight together. Krim, having seen the arena in the very center of the city, admitted that it was truly impressive. Elmir enthusiastically suggested a PvP fight, promising that he would not fight too harshly. Krim set a condition. If Elmir wins the match, he will join the guild. When he asked what would happen if he lost, Krim said that he should leave him alone then. The player nodded approvingly and agreed to the duel. Krim reflected to himself that Duo was primarily a PvP-oriented game, focusing on player versus player combat. He realized that he had no experience fighting other players yet, and felt bad that his very first opponent would be an annoying and smug pickup artist. However, he decided not to pay attention to it and focus on the main thing. This was his first real fight in PvP mode. At that moment, Elmir called out to him, wanting to get his attention. Krim, reacting with slight surprise, quickly returned to reality and confirmed his readiness for battle. In his mind, he analyzed his opponent's choice, noting that out of all the variety of available races, Elmir chose the simplest one, a human. Judging by the equipment consisting of a sword and shield, he, in all likelihood, played for the knight class. This choice most likely reflected a desire for a balanced build, making it an ideal target for combat training. With a battle cry, Krim rushed into battle, expressing his readiness to show no mercy to the enemy. The battle has begun. Although he acknowledged his own inexperience in PvP, he was serious. Elmir praised Krim's determination, admiring that he liked this approach, and promised that the fight would be over soon, hinting at his confidence in victory. However, Krim reminded him that it was he who first said those words. Elmir's thoughts were racing in panic. He couldn't believe that he was losing, and he realized that the situation was not in his favor. Krim was mentally analyzing the ways to win in PvP. He listed 3 options: reduce the enemy's health bar to 0, break his will and force him to surrender, or deal a critical blow to vital organs. Elmir watched Krim with surprise, not understanding how he could maintain a naively sweet appearance while simultaneously radiating an obvious desire for blood. Meanwhile, Krim focused on a critical hit, hoping to land it at the right moment. Elmir realized that it was only thanks to his quality equipment that he was still standing on his feet, and he cursed inside, realizing how close he was to defeat. He acknowledged the enemy's strength, but tried to maintain his fighting spirit by stating that it was not over yet. Krim realized that Elmir would now be more attentive to his attacks. Elmir noted that the enemy's knife attacks were too fast, but wondered if they would be able to penetrate his defense. Krim did not explain at length and stated that he only needed 1 critical hit. Elmir immediately realized in his head that the enemy was building a strategy around critical attacks and decided to use a tactic he had seen from a famous streamer, a method that was effective against players who relied on agility. According to this plan, he lifted Krim into the air, expecting the outcome and believing that this was the end of the duel. He added mockingly that the enemy's knife was not capable of causing him any harm. But at that moment, the skill he was trying to use didn't work as expected, and Krim, although slightly confused for a moment, instantly came to his senses and, delivering the finishing blow, won the fight. He said it was really fun and suggested they repeat the fight if they had the chance. Elmir respectfully acknowledged that Krim had shown top class, and despite the loss, he really enjoyed the fight. Krim thanked him for the recognition, and noted that at first he perceived Elmir as an ordinary pickup artist who didn't really understand the game. Embarrassed, Elmir admitted his guilt and apologized, saying that he had underestimated Krim. He, in turn, said that nothing terrible had happened, and it was time to say goodbye. He introduced himself by his real name, Krim, and left, saying goodbye. Elmir, slightly taken aback, began to wonder why the character was wearing men's underwear and realized that it wasn't a girl at all. He found it absurd. Krim admitted that monster fights are certainly exciting, but no PvE can compare to real PvP. He was afraid that he might have lost his skills during the time he spent in Nebula, but he was convinced that his gaming skills remained with him. He even thought that he wouldn't mind a few more rounds. Suddenly the girl ran up and hugged him, saying that she had been watching the fight and was impressed. She added that Krim's father had told her that he was playing for a girl and expressed admiration for his cuteness. The guy next to her expressed bewilderment, wondering whether he was cool or cute, and drew attention to the girl's strange behavior. Krim was surprised to learn that they both started playing duo as well. A boy who identified himself as Frey claimed he had spammed. I read all the mail and was surprised that he didn't even open the messages. He guessed that Krim probably hadn't had the training. Krim mentally admitted that he had indeed missed it. He realized that standing in front of him was his childhood friend Furuya Subaru, known for his love of competitive games and inability to lose, but still remaining his closest friend. Subaru's age was 15 years old, and in the game he used the name Frey. Frey expressed surprise that Krim was participating in the beta test with such passion. Krim responded that he didn't have much of a choice, and that's why he plays seriously. At that moment, Krim remembered Subaru's twin sister, Furuya, Hijiri. When Krim's father couldn't look after him due to work, it was Hijiri who looked after him like a sister. She was also 15 years old, and in the game, she chose the name Freya. Freya noted that Krim was quite feminine in real life and that the character in the game was very similar to him. Krim was indignant, asking not to use his real name because they were in the game world. Freya asked worriedly what had happened, but Krim, noticing the scar she had that was missing in the game, was surprised, realizing that such a thing couldn't be happening. He quickly changed the subject and suggested creating a group. Frey was excited by the idea and said that together they would be unstoppable. Freya, feeling excluded, wondered if she had been forgotten. Frey sarcastically suggested that she would choose another weird build. Freya admitted that she was going to combine the roles of healer and tank, and assured that everything would be fine. Frey, annoyed, stated that she had a poor understanding of the principles of distribution of roles in MMOs, and suggested that they discuss it later. He thought it was important to fill Krim in on the situation. Each player was supposed to start the game in the city of Wyndham, but due to a mistake, Krim ended up in the nebula without even knowing where Wyndham was, so he couldn't get there. However, it was possible to teleport anywhere from Valhallen, but none of them knew where each other was or how to meet. A man joined their conversation and offered to help. He said he could take them to Nebula, but only for a fee. Krim exhaled deeply, admitting to himself that she was very tired. It had been 2 days since the mysterious man had appeared. His behavior seemed suspicious to him, and the thought of whether he would fulfill his promise was spinning in his head. He decided not to sit idle and to take up several quests until his comrades returned. This was a great opportunity to level up his axe skills. Suddenly, the system issued a notification, reporting the appearance of a new shadow weapon. Krim, noticing the message, stopped and looked at this new thing with surprise, trying to understand whether a new weapon worthy of her attention had actually appeared. Meanwhile, Freya, and Renosuke joined him, finally arriving at the appointed place. Sometime before this moment, Renosuke introduced himself, saying that he was ready to take them anywhere without any problems. Frey, after listening to him, suggested that they focus not on traveling anywhere, but on delivering cream to Wyndham. However, Renosuke explained that this was impossible, as he himself had never been to the Nebula. Nevertheless, he hastened to reassure them, emphasizing that this was not the case at all. He admitted that last time he lost consciousness right in front of a road sign, which is why the location did not have time to register in his route. Now he said that he had significantly leveled up, and now they would get to the right place together. He expressed confidence that everything would work out, but added that he was ready to help only if one condition was met. Krim asked him what kind of condition he had in mind. Renosuke explained that he would need their help in what he called a completely insignificant matter that was not worth thinking about too much. Returning to the present, Krim noticed the expressions on her companions' faces and anxiously asked what had happened. Freya said briefly and darkly that she had seen some unpleasant things. Frey added that they had died too many times in that time. Renosuke tried to justify himself by saying that his class was not a combat class, and he really hoped that Freya and Frey would prove themselves more useful. He admitted that it was even easier for him to be alone than with them together. Krim asked if it was really that bad. Renosuke explained that his companions were a mage and a healer, and without a tank their entire team was regularly defeated. This was especially true for the elf. Freya introduced herself and sarcastically noted that Renosuke simply had better stealth skills, and it was much easier to talk about other people's mistakes. Krim noted with a grin that, apparently, despite all the difficulties, they were still having fun. Frey admitted that in a sense this was true, but asked Krim to put down the axe since he looked threatening with it. At that moment, Juna ran up to them and happily hugged Krim, calling him little sister and admitting that she missed him. Krim tenderly noted that Juna looked better every day. The girl proudly said that she could already run. Krim, maintaining a caring tone, advised her not to overdo it because she had not yet fully recovered. Freya was touched by the scene and exclaimed how cute it was. Frey was curious about who Juna was and why she was with them. Cream was slightly embarrassed and began to explain that the situation had developed in a special way. Freya introduced herself to the girl and with a friendly smile expressed her joy at meeting her. Juna replied that she was also pleased to meet her sister Freya and brother Frey. Renosuke decided to joke by adding that there was also Renosuke's brother here. Juna excitedly announced that her dad was having a barbecue that day and urged everyone to get going. Cream happily agreed. Renosuke noted that the girl was too attached to the NPC. Freya countered that there was nothing strange about it. Renosuke admitted that he had never encountered such behavior before, especially when it came to interactions with NPCs. He wondered whether he should share the meat with them, since it would be awkward to come empty-handed, and offered them a guinea fowl as a gift. Later, during the feast, Renosuke remarked with delight how delicious the shashlik was, and admitted that he had not eaten anything like it for a long time. He especially praised the meat from Radgar. Radgar himself expressed gratitude for the guinea fowl, and especially noted the taste of the beer, asking where Renosuke got it. Krim wondered how drunkenness felt in the game. Frey called Krim a fool and explained that there was no drunkenness effect in the game, because even children could play it. Krim noted with a grin that then there would be no hangover, so what was the point? Juna handed Cream the grilled vegetables. He thanked her tenderly. George said with surprise that it was still strange to him to see Cream not eating meat, because he was missing out on so many delicious things. Krim responded to this with laughter, and immediately turned the conversation to Renosuke, reminding him that he still hadn't explained what he wanted in return for helping him deliver his friends. Ryunosuke admitted that he had indeed forgotten about it, and finally voiced his request. He stated that they would need to carry out an attack on the Kimei Pass. Krim asked where that place was. Ryunosuke explained that this was a hidden location that only he knew about. Such places usually contain a lot of treasure. He specified that he wanted to get experience for clearing this area, as well as half of all the loot. These were his conditions. Krim suggested that Ryunosuke couldn't handle the place alone. He confirmed that this was exactly what happened. He added that there was a tribe of ogres nearby that were impossible to negotiate with. Anyone who caught their eye was doomed. That's why he needs help from someone really strong. He admitted that this is the reason he ended up in Valhallen. He saw Krim's fight and came to the conclusion that he is an experienced gamer. Frey suggested that Ryunosuke might want to form a guild with them, but he doubted that their membership would be enough. Freya wondered if that would require additional investment. Frey admitted that he had no idea. Everyone turned to Krim, waiting for his decision. He said with a smile that he agreed, because they had already agreed on everything, and it sounded very interesting. He asked where exactly the said place was. Ryunosuke explained that it was located nearby, in a canyon beyond Blackwood, where there was a small crack leading up to a ridge. He added that once they got there, everything would become crystal clear. Later, when he arrived at the scene, Krim saw an ogre village in front of him, and suggested trying to sneak in there so as not to attract attention and not put himself at risk. Ryunosuke pointed to the passage, saying that this was the only entrance to the Kimei Pass. Krim looked around, assessing the situation and worried about whether they would be able to cope with what was happening ahead, because everything around them resembled a real hell. The gloomy atmosphere and the sense of danger were oppressive. Frey noted with amazement that he did not understand how Ryunosuke had the courage to go to this place alone. Ryunosuke explained that at that moment he was sure that no one would notice him. He wanted to sort it all out quickly and quietly, but now he suggested finishing what he had started as soon as possible. Krim, sighing, noted with slight irritation that, as always, he had to do everything himself. He sadly complained that all the work had fallen on his shoulders again. But before he could react, the unexpected happened. They were suddenly attacked. It was an ambush. Krim exclaimed that the enemy had clearly been waiting for them. Freya quickly warned Krim that someone had snuck up on him from behind. Krim turned around and was shocked by the number of enemies. There were so many of them that he couldn't count them. He mentally noted that he hadn't expected this at all. A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that they were in a hidden dungeon? At that moment, Krim noticed a mysterious figure and tried to figure out who was in front of him. A commanding voice called out, ordering everyone to stop. The mysterious figure declared that Cream was one of them, as he was emitting a scent characteristic of the Oni race. Inwardly, Cream was shocked. He hadn't even noticed when she had attacked. A woman appeared before him, introducing herself as a swordmaster named Matu. She apologized for her abruptness and explained that in such a crowd, she had not immediately recognized the scent of a related demon. After that, she asked him why he had come, just to play, or to take part in the event, and in either case, she cordially invited him in. Krim concluded that these creatures were not hostile, and that this was most likely due to the fact that he belonged to a race with a partial demonic nature. Matu introduced herself more formally and asked if the three accompanying him were his friends. She offered to invite them inside. Krim realized that even ogres could be friendly if there was a member of the demon race nearby. He also realized that this opened access to a unique in-game event. He wondered if Matu was in charge here. However, she only chuckled and explained that she was just a humble blacksmith, and the locals loved to hand out nicknames. She added that Cream smelled very sweet and asked about his age, claiming that he looked no older than 5. She was also intrigued by the lack of horns. Confused, Cream replied that he was 15. Matu was taken aback and expressed the opinion that he looked too small for his age, suggesting that he might not be eating well. Then, without thinking, she offered him to eat a fresh goblin head to grow big and strong. Krim was surprised to see that demons weren't supposed to be their allies. Matu smiled discreetly and explained that he didn't fully understand the situation. She deduced that Cream belonged to the blood-sucking branch, a species she dismissively called a cheap version of a demon. Krim was offended when he heard such a definition. Freya couldn't help but joke that he couldn't even suck blood. Matu, not paying attention to the jokes, called everyone to follow her. She led them into the settlement and suggested that they go into a tea house to rest a bit. Freya noticed that the doorways here were twice their height. Frey added that there was no longer any talk of stealth entry. Renosuke, watching the developments, admitted that he liked the result. A man appeared in the arena in the center of the village, loudly declaring his victory. He noted that he was not even sweating, and defiantly asked if there was a worthy opponent among those present. He stood with his head held high, waiting for new challenges. Krim noticed that the locals were fighting among themselves. He tried to understand the reason for their fights. Matu explained that it was some kind of training. It was customary to drink, fight, and then drink again. And only those who can fight even when drunk are allowed to stay in the village. She promised Krim a reward if he could defeat 3 Oni in battle. Krim was excited to hear about the reward. Frey turned to Renosuke to confirm what was happening. He confirmed without a doubt that this was a unique event. He wanted to add something, but realized that Krim had already disappeared from sight. Freya came closer and asked if Krim was ready for battle. The opponents noticed that he did not look like an Oni, but they did not care if he was worthy. Renosuke explained that the reward was just around the corner. All that was needed was to defeat 3 of them. Krim realized that the quest had begun. One of them, not paying any attention to the conversation about the reward, snorted contemptuously and added that it would be better to try with him another time. But as soon as he turned away, Krim struck a powerful blow. He wanted to test his new weapon, the shadow-heavy 2-handed axe. Matu noted with admiration that Krim defeated his opponent with 1 precise blow. Freya exclaimed that Krim was incredibly cool. Krim felt that he could now rely on brute force, and he found it extremely convenient. He was pleased with this. The second Oni entered the battle, enraged that Krim had defeated his younger brother. He vowed to tear him apart. Inwardly, he realized that Krim had deflected his weapon. Krim calmly counterattacked, seemingly by accident. Frey, watching the fight, respectfully acknowledged that Krim was his longtime rival and was always difficult to fight in PvP. Krim mentally summed up. Victory was his. He noted that the axe hit with the force of a train, but the attack animation still needed improvement. Nevertheless, in a one-on-one duel, this weapon became a real threat. Matu came closer and smiled and admitted that Krim had had a lot of fun fighting her brothers. She added that she hadn't fought in a fight for a long time and thought it was time to change that. She then challenged Krim to a fight. Krim instantly realized that Matu, the swordmaster, was his 3rd opponent. Freya, watching the scene tensely, turned to Krim with enthusiasm, supporting him in the fight. Frey noted with restraint, but with concern, that Matu did not resemble her brothers at all. Some kind of heavy and oppressive aura emanated from her, as if a hidden power was awakened by her presence. Renosuke looked at Krim with confidence and said that he believed in him. He reminded him that there was only 1 fight left before he could receive the reward, the final one. Matu, standing in front of Krim with a slight grin, said that they were going to have fun now, and warned him to try not to fall from her first blow. Krim watched her movements and mentally noted that he was facing an opponent who was both incredibly fast and incredibly strong. He realized that Matu was fighting on a completely different level, and this made him tense up to the limit. The woman mockingly commented on his good reaction, addressing him in the feminine gender, which added to Krim's irritation. He admitted internally that he could barely keep up with her movements. He decided to use his newly learned magic to slow her down a little. The system issued a notification about the use of a blood spell called Slave Chain. This magic allowed one to use one's own blood to pull the target closer. Matu reacted with surprise, stopping mid-motion. Krim reasoned in his mind that he wouldn't be able to hit her with the slow axe if she kept moving at her current speed. But if he could immobilize her, then he would have a chance. Matu noted with interest that Krim had really interesting skills. She admitted that she was confused for a second. Krim sighed mentally, noting that if she was so confused, then how could she explain her successful parrying technique? He got angry. It was as if she was teasing him. He noticed that her health level was not that high. He decided to act the old-fashioned way, relying on proven close combat tactics. Among the spectators, one of the Oni noted that Matu always interrupted the fight if she felt she had met a worthy opponent. Freya was surprised and did not understand what this meant. Frey began to suspect with disbelief that perhaps she had some hidden technique so strong that it was impossible to block. Renosuke expressed dissatisfaction, considering what was happening unfair. Krim began mentally comparing all the facts and came to the conclusion that Matu was probably only fighting at a third of his full strength. Matu turned to him again, praising him. She admitted that she initially thought he would be a weakling because of his bulky and ornate axe. She did not expect that behind that appearance lurked a dangerous and resilient fighter. Krim felt that this was starting to resemble mockery. He felt a little hurt, but he did not let his emotions overwhelm his mind. Matu said that if she did not start fighting seriously, she could very well lose. That was why she was going to show her true strength. She said the name of her technique, it was a secret sword technique called Kokonoe. Rin. Freya shouted in alarm, trying to warn Krim. Frey noticed that Krim managed to block the blow and noted it with admiration. Inwardly, Krim admitted that he was only able to parry the attack because he had seen this move once before. If it had been the first time, he would not have been able to react in time. Matu began her attack. Krim felt how fast she was approaching. He was struggling to maintain his position, feeling his body getting tired with each passing second. But that wasn't the main problem. He was almost certain that he was facing a multi-hit combination consisting of 9 strikes in a row. Krim understood that if he did not interrupt it now, he would not survive. The only chance was to retreat. He took a step back, but immediately realized that it was a trap. Matu assumed an IAI fighting stance. He realized that she had deliberately made him retreat so that she could counterattack. Then Krim used one of his pre-prepared traps, a bear trap. Matu stopped in her tracks. She admitted that she hadn't expected Krim to survive her attack. Her foot had fallen into a hole. She had aimed straight for his neck, but he had somehow dodged it. She called him a little bastard with a smile and added that she was starting to like him. Freya was horrified to see that something had happened to Krim's arm. Freya quickly turned to Renosuke, hoping to find out if he could recover. Renosuke explained that during a duel, healing is impossible if there is no healer in the team. However, immediately after a victory or defeat, the character will be fully restored in the safe zone. Krim considered whether he should use his hidden ability, Flame Blood. However, he realized that he would not be able to withstand the rest of Kokonoe's attacks with only one working arm. In this situation, he chose to use Slave Chain again. Matu, slightly irritated, protested, asking who Krim thought she was. She remarked that she would never step on the same rake twice, but suddenly fell silent, not immediately understanding where he was aiming. She felt that Krim was planning something unusual, and this alerted her. Matu stood in the center of the arena and looked around in surprise, noting that the entire fighting area was entangled in strange chains. Her gaze became sharper, and she noticed, not without irony, that the entire arena now belonged to Krim, as if he had captured it with his shadow threads. Krim responded with unflappable directness that the skill was actually supposed to be used completely differently, but he tried an unconventional approach. Earlier, before the battle, he decided to try out a new magic he had recently acquired, and the name of the skill, Slave Chain, was intriguing. Alone, addressing his target, he tried to cast the spell on the guinea fowl. Hitting a distant target proved difficult. When the chains missed, he noticed that they did not disappear immediately, but remained on the field for some time. It was eerie. Even when the terrain and structure of the arena changed, the chains remained intact. It was the first time he thought about the practical benefits of this feature. While he was thinking about this, he realized another detail. Even without activating the flame blood, his body would begin to weaken when the blood level in his body dropped critically. This meant that he had to be careful when using such skills, otherwise the consequences would be severe. But at the same time, he had a thought. What if this feature could be used as a covert tactic? Returning to the present moment, Matu noted with suspicion that the chains placed there were preventing her from moving. She called it a clever move, but then confidently declared that such tricks would not stop her for long. Frey, watching the battle, felt anxious. He felt that the situation was getting out of control. Renosuke, who was standing nearby, shouted with excitement that they were about to be shot down, because Matu's next attack was aimed straight at Krim. Krim reacted in time and called his opponent to him. Matu noted his impudence with a sly smile, calling him a little impudent. She added with a grin that if he wanted to play tag with them, then she was not against it. They would play. One of the onlookers expressed keen interest in what was happening. Freya noted with admiration that Krim had managed to dodge all the attacks. Frey also expressed approval. Renosuke, however, was shocked by what was happening. He understood perfectly well how lightning-fast Matu's strikes were. He noted that Cream was playing with fire. He only had 2 more attacks left to hold out. Frey reminded that after this, Krim will have a chance to counterattack, but expressed doubt whether he will be able to realize it. Cream concentrated his thoughts, not allowing himself even the slightest distraction. He knew that Matu's skill was incredibly powerful, but he didn't believe that it had no weaknesses. For now, the chains were helping. If he could continue to avoid the blows, he would have a chance to win. Matu, grimacing in irritation, admitted that the chains were indeed getting on her nerves. She said with relief that the fight had been interesting, but it was time to put an end to it. Cream tensed internally, noticing that she had cut through all the chains in a single swing. Matu approached and triumphantly announced that she had captured Krim. However, he spoke the name of his spell, Slave Chain. Matu snorted, saying that it was useless now that everything had been decided. Krim, not giving up, activated his heavy shadow weapon. Matu stopped and admitted that it had been a great fight. She was genuinely glad that they had gotten to fight and hoped that they would do it again someday. Krim, breathing heavily, said that it was too early to declare victory. Matu tensed. She knew something was wrong. Her instincts told her that her opponent was still alive. Confused, she realized that it was not him at all. She tried to figure out where the real Krim was, and when she finally saw the truth, her mind refused to believe what was happening. Krim explained that he had no choice but to resort to extreme measures. He admitted that he would pay a high price for using magic and blood in this way. He would have to drink many liters of blood to recover. He shared that his body was behaving strangely. With significant blood loss, it was shrinking in size. And when there is very little blood left, changes begin to happen to him. In this state, he cannot fight fully, but he still has a significant advantage. His 2-handed axe retains the same mass. Matu realized with shock that Krim's entire tactic, including the chains, had been a preparation for this maneuver. She knew she was caught. Krim triumphantly announced that he had won his 3rd victory, and the attack on Kime Pass had been a success. Freya ran up to him and admired his tiny appearance. She noted that he had become soft and charmingly small. Cream, displeased, promised to bite her if she did not leave him alone. Matu, a little disappointed but honest, admitted defeat. She said that she did not expect to lose, and praised Cream. Renosuke was dumbfounded by what he saw. He admitted that he barely recognized the same Cream he had been traveling with in this fighter. Matu confirmed that a loss was still a loss and offered Cream her hand to hand over the reward. Cream took it and saw that he had gained a new skill, wielding a katana. He realized that he had completed a quest to obtain a unique skill. Of all the swords, he had always been the best at using Japanese swords, and now he wanted to test it in battle as soon as possible. Renosuke was shocked. He said that many players dream of learning this skill, but no one knows where to find a teacher. He added that a fortune can be made from this information. Frey suggested selling this information. He noted that the quest itself was quite tough. According to the description, to summon Matu, you must defeat 2 opponents without a single scratch, and regardless of the outcome, the fight with her does not affect the reward. She simply serves as an additional, extremely difficult test. Matu, still feeling slightly embarrassed, admitted that she felt a little ashamed, as she was defeated despite Cream using almost the starting equipment, minus the clothes. Krim added that if he had better equipment, he might have been able to withstand several hits from Kokona's technique. Krim with interest and asked how he planned to return to his previous appearance. Krim thought that perhaps if he mentioned the need to drink blood, Freya might remember an unpleasant incident. He decided to remain silent for now. After a short time, Freya happily exclaimed that Cream had returned to normal. He admitted that he simply needed a minute of rest. Renosuke confirmed that since Krim had recovered, they could now continue on to Wyndham. He offered to let Matu and her people join them, or at least promise to meet in the future. Matu laughed and assured them that they would always be glad to meet again. Krim thanked them for the blood they had provided. From this point on, the next location on the team's path was a vast desert. Krim dragged his feet along the scorching sand, suffering from the sweltering heat. He was breathing heavily and mentally cursing himself for his choice of class. It felt like his entire body was about to evaporate from overheating. He regretted choosing the vampire race, because in such an environment, it was pure hell. The sun was mercilessly blazing, and every step was difficult. Krim's condition couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. She reminded him that he himself was the first to rush into the desert without thinking about the consequences. After all, the solar weakness was nothing more than a debuff, and now he looked like a pathetic piece of dried cabbage. Reconnecting noted that Duo's game had a point about increased realism, and added that, frankly, the heat in this desert was really exhausting. Even he, who does not suffer from solar debuffs, found it difficult. Krim turned to Freya, smiling faintly, and offered to take some of her burden if it was too heavy for her. However, Freya categorically refused and assured that she would carry the load to the end, no matter what it took. Reconnecting watched Krim, remembering how easily and dexterously he had fought recently. He wondered where Krim had learned such skill. His movements weren't just honed, they seemed to be the result of long training. Freya explained that there was a VR game called Master Swordsman, a kind of fencing simulator with different types of bladed weapons. He added that the game was created by Krim's father, and its difficulty level was similar to Dark Souls, even among seasoned players. Reconnecting was surprised to ask if it could even be called a game. Freya explained that Krim had spent many hours playing the game, despite it being his first video game. Since then, he has returned to it regularly, but has never achieved victory. Reconnecting concluded that Krim had been playing since he was a child. Although it wasn't surprising now, using VR devices for serious training used to be met with laughter and distrust. Krim recalled his training in a program for gifted VR players. It wasn't just a game, it was a challenge. Freya added that Freya had also tried playing Master at one point, but the results were, to put it mildly, disastrous. He himself described it as the game sucking me. Freya retorted indignantly, declaring that the game was only suitable for superhumans and demanded inhuman reactions. She thought about how, when the three of them had just started playing any game, he had always been the slowest to learn. But Duo was a team-oriented game. Now he felt like he could be useful, really useful. Reconnecting reported that they were almost halfway there, but his sentence was interrupted by an unexpected jolt from the ground. The sand trembled, and Freya realized that they had been found. He remembered that such trembling was the very thing that heralded the appearance of a special enemy. He cried out in despair, asking the entity hiding beneath the earth to let her go. Freya, barely keeping her balance, asked Krim for help. But then something inside her clicked. She was determined. She was the one who had to protect Krim. She had made a promise to follow through, and now she had to keep it, no matter the cost. Freya suggested hiding in a cave, considering it the best solution. But Freya noted that it was too far away, and she simply would not have time to run there. Freya, recalling her own words, asked what about whatever it takes. Freya, slightly confused, stated that the situation had changed and apologized to Krim, asking him to hold on. A few moments later, Freya, lying in the dust, realized what had happened. She tried to figure out if she was dead. The answer was obvious. Krim was there and asked how she was feeling. Freya, still in shock, answered that she was more or less okay. Freya and Reconnecting watched the events. Reconnecting explained that the shadow from the worm allowed Krim to come to his senses and help Freya. Freya was delighted and was about to start praising Krim when she suddenly realized that he had frozen in place. At that moment, both Krim and Freya were killed by the monster. Freya concluded that they would now meet again at the respawn point located in Kimea. Later they arrived at the city of In, which was an oasis in the heart of the desert. Reconnecting reported that they had finally arrived. It was already late, night had fallen. Freya felt very tired and declared that he was exhausted. Krim noticed that it was much easier to travel through the desert at night. Freya felt a heaviness inside and thought that he had become a burden to the team again. Krim turned to Freya and asked why she looked so sad. Freya answered calmly that everything was fine and followed him. At the tavern, Krim stretched and said with relief that she felt like she had come back to life. Reconnecting thanked everyone for their excellent work and admitted that he was also exhausted. He noticed that he got tired more easily as he got older. Freya said goodbye, promising to see them tomorrow. Renosuke reminded them not to stay too long and to get a good rest. Krim thanked him for his help and, sitting down next to his friends, suggested discussing further plans. He asked if they were really both elves. Freya corrected him, specifying that she belonged to a unique race, the High Elves. Krim asked how she differed from ordinary elves. Freya answered that at least the length of her ears. Frey added that High Elves have reduced defense but a huge supply of mana, allowing them to use many spells. Freya confirmed this and stated that she plans to become a healer. She admitted that she doesn't feel as strong as others, but she could be useful as a tank healer. She wanted to know what her friends thought about it. Krim said that it sounded cool. Frey added that having a healer who can survive in combat is always useful. Krim noted that in addition to the benefits, it will also be more fun, because playing 2 classes at once is fun. Freya agreed enthusiastically. She concluded that she would now protect them and heal them with her shield and magic. Krim asked if she could heal already. Freya replied that she would begin learning the necessary skills starting tomorrow, and asked if he knew what kind of shield to use. Krim admitted that he didn't have an answer yet. At this point, the group reached Wyndham, the starting town for newcomers. Frey laughed and noted that Freya would now know true pain. She nodded, understanding what was coming. Krim suggested registering the guild first, but before that he wanted to look around the city. At that moment, the introductory video began. Frey explained that the tutorial would start automatically when the player first entered the city limits. Freya enthusiastically said that they would go shopping for now. Krim, in a panic, asked them to wait, realizing that he would let them through. His character was attacked by monsters with many highlighted weak points: head, neck, heart. They attacked one by one, but still created tension. Krim heard NPCs begging him to become an adventurer, save them and join the Adventurers Guild. Renosuke, watching this from the side, chuckled. He confirmed that despite attempts to skip the video, no one had canceled the training section. And he reminded that it took him at least an hour and a half to complete it. Krim breathed a sigh of relief, finally completing all the introductory training in the starting area. He felt like he had taken a big step. At that moment, Freya approached him and congratulated him on completing the training. Krim admitted that some of the training was unfamiliar to him, and that was useful. However, when it came to the combat training segment, he almost fell asleep from boredom. Everything seemed drawn out and too obvious. Then he wondered what the others had been doing while he was in the training instance. Frey said that they had bought some potions and some equipment to prepare for the next stage of the game. Renosuke, smiling, said that he had been working on a guide to gaining the katana skill. He just needed to figure out how to make money from it. Krim would mind demonstrating his skills, since without a visual example, people might think it was all fiction. After that, Renosuke said it was time for him to leave. Krim, a little confused, noticed that he was leaving so soon. Renosuke nodded and explained that while he was traveling with them, many things had accumulated that now required attention. He added that despite the shortness of their trip, it had been fun and memorable. Krim looked at him with a little sadness. Even though Renosuke was just a guide in this world, he felt a little sad about the upcoming separation. He admitted to himself that he would miss him. Before parting, Krim sent him a friend request. Freya, following suit, also added Renosuke to her contact list. He promised to add them all. Frey, watching the scene, reminded that farewells were also an important part of online games. Renosuke confirmed this with a touch of irony and said that it was time for his grandfather to go. He said goodbye, leaving a message to write if he needed anything. After he left, Frey noted that it was time for them to move on, as they had one more thing to do. Krim immediately remembered the main goal and reminded that they were planning to create their own guild. It later became known that they had failed. Krim angrily reported that at least 5 members were required to create a guild. Frey added that they also did not have enough in-game currency. Krim asked not to remind them of this, because if they do not hurry, they may miss the chance to participate in the upcoming seizure of territories. Freya asked him what he meant, confused. Krim explained that he had learned about it during his training. Land grabs are a special game mechanic. It was at this moment that Elmir appeared on their path. He happily approached them and said that he had heard a conversation about a guild. He offered them to join his own guild if they had not yet decided. At the same time, he was frankly surprised to see Krim. Krim recognized Elmir and responded cordially. Elmir, looking at his new comrades, asked if they were his friends and suggested that Krim introduce him. Freya immediately recognized him and remembered that this was the same pushy guy who offered to join his guild while Krim literally wiped the floor with his face. Elmir, confused, asked what exactly Krim had told him about him, but then waved his hand, saying it was unimportant. He then turned to everyone for help. Krim clarified what exactly he was talking about. Elmir honestly admitted that he needed everything, from the external image of a macho to real combat skills in PvP. He said that rumors about their fight spread like hotcakes throughout the gaming community, and now he has become an object of ridicule. Krim noted with a grin that Elmir got what he deserved. He sadly agreed, admitting that he had never experienced such a level of humiliation even in real life. PvP with Krim was a real blow for him. Krim philosophically noted that the internet is a cruel place. Elmir, with his shoulders drooping, still continued to beg for help. Krim, looking at him, admitted to himself with surprise that he even began to feel sorry for this guy. He wondered how exactly he imagined helping. Elmir suggested arranging a friendly match. He explained that although the hype surrounding their fight had died down, he needed to reappear in front of an audience and put an end to it. He wanted a rematch, a symbolic gesture that would restore his honor. Freya hesitantly admitted that he wasn't that strong in PvP, especially in solo battles. He was much better in teamfights. Freya reminded that Duo is a game focused on combat between players, and if Freya wants to improve, these kinds of fights are the best way to get used to this world. Cream, feeling inspired, looked at his friends and said with a wide smile that now that all three of them were together, they could finally begin their first team match. It seemed to him that they were ready, that they were strong and, most importantly, together. Frey, standing next to them, grinned, and with feigned fear asked Cream to put away the knife, because he looked too bloodthirsty, like a real maniac. The arena's waiting room was in a business-like atmosphere. Frey decided to remind everyone that teamwork is key to winning a 3-on-3 fight. He emphasized that without it, success is impossible. He reminded them that they had acquired many new skills in the tavern, and the mechanics of the game Duo are built in such a way that many abilities interact with each other. This means that it is necessary not only to attack, but also to act as a single whole. Freya excitedly noted that she now had so many new skills that she felt invincible. Frey responded sarcastically by asking if she would be able to remember even a couple of them. He, however, immediately added that if anything happened, he would remind her. Freya, not wanting to be the object of ridicule, defiantly declared that she would remember at least 3. Frey chuckled and got down to business. He announced that in revenge for that friendly match, the outcome of the fight would not matter. The main thing was to receive compensation that would allow them to finally create their own guild. Cream was deep in thought at this point. He felt that after so long, he would fight alongside his friends for the first time. This was an important moment. He said that the most important thing for him was to have fun, no matter the outcome. Frey agreed, and the whole team was determined to show what they could do. Krim confidently added that they simply had to kick their opponents' asses. At this time, the arena's AI, configured as an assistant, began broadcasting and announced that the fight in the 4th arena was about to begin. He also announced that due to the large number of viewers, the broadcast would now be live with his commentary. Krim looked around and was surprised to see how many people had gathered. Elmir, who was on the opposing side, explained that they had sent out invitations expecting a modest response, but the excitement had exceeded all expectations. Krim replied dryly that it was entirely Elmir's fault. Elmir nodded and said that before the fight, he had to observe the formality and greet the opposing team. Freya, looking at her opponents, smirked and said that they looked, to put it mildly, cheap. Krim, turning to his friends, noted in an apologetic tone that perhaps he had introduced them into this confrontation too abruptly. Frey waved his hand and said that it was fine with him. Freya also noted that they were going to try themselves in PvP mode anyway. She added that when they fought together, they rarely lost. After a short pause, she reminded him with offense that she had again been forgotten to be mentioned as an important part of the team. Frey looked closely at the enemy trio. One knight stood in the vanguard, and behind him were 2 mages. He concluded that the enemy were newcomers who simply copied their composition. He called them posers. He also noted that the main locomotive of their team is undoubtedly Krim, and the enemies have realized this. Therefore, they will probably focus most of their attacks on him. Most likely, their strategy will include containment magic. He concluded that there was no point in complicating the tactics, because this was their first match, and if they overcomplicated it, they would definitely lose. Krim confidently stated that he would take the front line as usual, with Freya's support. Freya confirmed that she would heal Krim if his health dropped sharply, and would also use a cleanse against harmful statuses. The arena AI announced that the match was about to begin. He reminded the audience that in the previous battle between Krim and Elmir, Krim had won. Now the question was whether he could lead his team to victory again, or whether Elmir's team would prevail this time. He then officially announced the start of the 3v3 battle. Krim immediately made a sharp leap forward. He noted to himself that this was the first experience of participating in PvP for Freya and Frey within the duo. He was sure that Frey would cope, but he was worried about Freya. He decided that he would do everything to buy them some time and allow them to get their bearings. The AI reported that Krim had attacked straight at the head, but the blow had missed. The enemy tank had proven surprisingly agile. Elmir proudly said that his new boots had cost him a fortune, but they had greatly increased all of his stats. He gave the command to his partners, Gura and Mash. Gura screamed as he cast Shock Strike. The system gave a notification, explaining that this spell would paralyze the target for a short time. Krim guessed that the holding spells were in progress. Mash immediately activated another spell, Wind Bonds, which created a whirlwind that held the target in place. Frey shouted at Freya to proceed as planned. Freya replied that everything was under control and began preparing for the spell. She remembered that when Krim was given the harmful status, her job was to cast the healing spell. The system issued a notification. Healing restores a moderate amount of HP to the target. At this moment, confusion reigned in the arena. Krim, Frey, the enemies, and even the AI and the crowd of spectators all reacted the same way at the same time. They were shocked by what happened. After all, the situation suddenly went wrong. Krim screamed in pain. Freya, realizing her mistake, admitted that she was scared and didn't think, using healing instead of cleansing. She should have removed the harmful status, but instead healed the HP, leaving the debuffs active. She apologized, feeling guilty. Elmir, watching what was happening, noted that single battles were very different from team battles. He admitted that even he himself was surprised by such a development of events. He added that, unfortunately, by the time they play as a team, it will be too late. The arena's AI broadcast that a player named Cream was caught in a holding spell. His body was immobilized, and he was unable to break free of the magical bonds. Freya desperately apologized to Cream, realizing that she had not managed to react in time. Frey wasted no time in reminding Freya of the urgent need for purification. She, stuttering with tension, promised that this time the mistake would not be repeated. However, Mash, one of the enemy team's mages, decided not to give her time to cast the spell, and launched a series of light bullets at her. Freya screamed as she took damage and was unable to complete her spell. Elmir commented approvingly on Mash's actions. He noted internally that Freya seemed to have no experience fighting other players. The wizard standing next to her was also not in a good position to attack. Elmir realized that he had an opportunity. He could finish the fight with one precise blow. He rushed forward, attacking Krim. The AI reported that, contrary to expectations, Krim did not simply dodge, he flew into the air. The spectators watched in amazement as Krim's body rose higher and higher, all the way to the ceiling of the arena. At that moment, Elmir realized that this was not an accident. The wizard from Krim's team, realizing that an attack on him would be useless, directed his magic at an ally, thereby saving him from a critical hit. Gura, one of Ylmir's allies, noted that there were 13 seconds left before the holding spells wore off. Mash stated that he and Gura would distract the mages so that Ylmir could attack in peace. Ylmir agreed and ran towards the expected landing spot of Krim. Frey, seeing the situation unfolding, anxiously reminded Freya that they needed to purify Krim immediately. Freya, in desperation, explained that she could not complete the spell because Gura and Mash would not give her a second's rest. Mash grinned as he kept up the pressure. Gura confirmed that they would not allow Freya to interfere. Frey realized that they were deliberately focusing on attacking Freya. He realized that he alone could not distract both mages, but he had no choice but to engage in combat. He cast the lightning ball spell and attacked. Gira, having determined who was doing the damage, shouted that the healer needed to be destroyed. Mash confirmed the order. Meanwhile, Krim watched what was happening. He realized that his comrades had entered the battle and could not cover him. A fall from such a height would not kill him, but it would leave him completely defenseless against Elmir's attack. Elmir mentally calculated the time. Only 8 seconds remained until the end of the holding spells. However, Krim should have fallen much earlier, and he was already preparing to strike. Krim was frantically searching for a way out. He knew that if he didn't come up with something now, it would be the end for them all. The AI reported that Krim was about to land, and Elmir had already taken up a fighting position below, preparing for the strike. Elmir was waiting for Krim, mockingly calling him. Frey realized that the situation was becoming critical and something had to be done. But at that moment, Mash, confident in himself, thought that Frey had relaxed and mocked him. Gira reproachfully told Mash that he had acted stupidly. Frey suddenly changed tactics. He saw that the enemy was preparing the spell Fire Arrows. It was not the most powerful, but it was extremely fast. He realized that he would only have time to react with water, and used Water Shot. The spells collided in midair, creating a thick curtain of steam. Gira shouted sarcastically about the attack, but Mash suddenly shouted in annoyance that he could no longer see anything. He cursed the thick steam that hid the entire arena from view. Frey took advantage of the moment and called out to Freya. She immediately understood what to do. She concentrated and cast Cleansing. Elmir was confident of his victory. He said that the blow was inevitable and everything was over. But Krim was already prepared in the air. The AI was silent for a second before recording the next moment. Krim activated his special skill, the katana mastery, Shiramukiri. He noted that there couldn't have been a better time to use this skill for the first time. He also mentally thanked Ryunosuke for the idea. The fight was given the publicity it deserved. The crowd of spectators became animated. They could not believe their eyes. They whispered to each other that Krim had a katana. Some saw this type of weapon for the first time. Others wondered where he got such a technique. The AI confirmed that this is indeed the first time in the history of the game that the katana skill has been used. No one has been able to obtain it so far. Among those watching the fight was a girl who exclaimed that she had found him. The AI continued the broadcast, reporting that Krim had successfully repelled Elmir's attack with his new, previously unknown skill. Freya breathed a sigh of relief and happily reported that she had made it in time. Frey immediately praised her, calling her a smart girl and noting that she had saved Krim at the last moment. Krim returned to his fighting stance and confidently said that only now was the fight really beginning. Meanwhile, in the stands, the young man thanked his companion for waiting. He noticed that the hall had become very noisy and that this was an extremely rare case when something really caught his attention. His companion, an adult man, responded that the team was indeed unusual. He particularly noted the white-haired girl standing in the center of the action, unaware that in front of him was a boy and a female avatar. The arena's AI, continuing the live broadcast, loudly announced that player Krim had just demonstrated an extremely rare and little-known weapon skill. He noted that it was a truly remarkable discovery that no one in the gaming world had ever seen in action before. Freya beamed with delight and expressed genuine admiration. To her, it wasn't just beautiful, it was a true miracle. Frey, looking at what was happening with wide eyes, declared that the moment was so epic that he couldn't contain his emotions. He gave it a solid 10 out of 10. The players on the enemy team were amazed. They shouted Krim's name in awe, openly admitting that it was amazing. One of them remarked that the moment the katana was unsheathed was perfect, spectacular, like something out of a movie. Someone admitted that he had fallen in love. They also recalled that Elmir might have had a reason for trying so hard to get close to Krim. Gura enthusiastically recounted what he had just seen, how Krim had parried an enemy's attack, as if using a lightsaber. Mash added that the ice effects that accompanied Krim's movement looked like cherry blossoms had blossomed around him, but not the usual kind. They were crystal icy, covered in frost. Freya, inspired, curiously asked Krim if he could actually summon cherry blossom petals during battle. Cream sighed wearily and gently reprimanded her, reminding her not to overthink it. He knew it was more of a visual side effect than a conscious illusion. The AI noted that the attention of the entire arena had switched from the battle itself to Krim's unusual weapon, a katana. The spectators watching the match began to discuss not so much the battle, but Krim's figure itself. Some admitted that the katana was, of course, cool, but the character controlling it also made a big impression. Someone was dying to play with this modest, beautiful girl with a katana. Elmir, looking at the weapon, wondered where Krim had gotten it from. Mash, more pragmatic, noted that having a katana was not the most interesting thing. He explained that none of them knew what abilities would be unlocked with the weapon. The unknown was scary. Elmir thought about it and came to the conclusion that the lack of information makes the situation unpredictable. He said that in such a case it is worth trusting experience. He, like a tank, is ready to take the initiative. He lunged with his spear. At this point, a worry arose in Elmir's mind. He began to suspect that Krim could parry and deal damage at the same time. He concluded that engaging him in close combat was extremely dangerous. He decided to test his reaction to magic. He shouted to Guratur's Razo. He readily fired a fire arrow. However, the result was unexpected. Krim blocked the magic as well. Gura commented in shock that even spells were not working, and that it was becoming impossible to fight him. Elmir noticed a key detail. In order for Krim to deflect the damage, he had to assume the IAI stance, which required sheathing his katana. This left a brief moment of vulnerability. He gave the command to attack simultaneously. The enemies agreed. Frey warned Freya to be prepared for treatment. She confirmed that she was prepared. The AI began to voice the events live. It reported that Krim was being attacked non-stop. He wondered if he could dodge everything. But the sight was astounding. Krim was fending it off, over and over again. He did not allow the enemies to land a single blow. And yet, the AI noticed that each new parry took more and more strength from Krim. It became clear that he would not be able to attack in this position. Krim felt it deep down inside. He knew that if he continued like this, he would simply wear himself out. He had to do something. Frey, seeing that his teammates were holding up, shouted to Krim not to worry. He promised that they would get through this. He urged Krim to go all the way and not hold back. I suddenly noticed something odd. It recorded that the player Krim suddenly changed his stance and stood differently. It was a new position that no one had seen before. Krim, concentrating, said to himself that in a minute, everything would be over. He decided to use his secret technique, Kokonoe. The last thing he saw before activating were the faces of friends and enemies, holding their breath in anticipation. The arena's AI announced live that player Krim had just announced his early victory. The system expressed surprise and began to mentally focus on what he had in mind, making such a bold statement before the fight was even over. Elmir, watching Krim, noted that he had taken a stance even before he had closed the distance, being at a considerable distance. He mentally repeated his words. Krim said that he would finish everything in a minute. Elmir felt alarmed and wondered what was hidden under the mysterious name Kokonoe. The next second, Krim covered the distance in an instant, as if breaking the laws of space. Elmir was sure that if he could stay on his feet, he would survive. However, suddenly he began to fall. In a panic, he could not understand what had happened. At that moment, the system issued a notification. The spell Breaking Balance was activated. Spiritual magic that instantly knocks the target off its feet, destroying its stability. Elmir immediately realized that this was the move of the magician, who imposed the effect at the most critical moment. Mash was horrified to see Krim suddenly change his target and rush towards their healer. He didn't have time to react. Krim struck, and Mash was instantly defeated. The AI recorded the defeat and announced that the player Mash was out of the fight. It added that it was an incredibly coordinated attack by Krim and Freya. The enemy healer was destroyed without a chance to recover. But the AI noted that the events did not end there. Gura, seeing Krim approaching, realized that he couldn't dodge at such a distance. He tried to simply cover his vital organs. However, when the attack hit its target, he realized that everything had gone wrong. The system issued an alert. Poisonous needles were used, which destroyed part of the equipment in the impact zone and temporarily reduced the target's physical protection by 30%. The AI voiced the events, admiring the precision of Krim's strike. He noted that the attack was aimed at a weak spot with surprising accuracy. The members of Elmir's team began to fall one after another. Heads were falling every second. The AI predicted that the pace of the battle would not allow it to last even the promised minute. It would all be over in a matter of seconds. The crowd of spectators exploded with enthusiastic reactions. Many admired the silver-haired character, believing that he was literally burning the arena. Some praised Frey for his competent support. Spectators expressed the opinion that Krim was fighting like a hero from legend. Someone addressed Elmir with mockery. Elmir was shocked by what was happening. He was mentally angry at how suddenly the opponent showed a level of team play that was completely different from their start. He noted that this was a completely different class, much higher. When he saw Krim go back into his IAI stance, he realized the attack wasn't over yet. He accepted the block, believing he could withstand it. The AI reported that despite a direct hit to the neck, the player Elmir did not die. The system recorded that the skill Toughness was activated, a special skill of tanks that allows you to survive a fatal blow, leaving the player with 1 health point. Freya, looking at his status, mentally noted that he had exactly 1 HP left. He was truly a high-level tank. Elmir, grinning, declared that he would not give up so easily. He activated the finishing attack. At the crucial moment, Freya covered Krim with her body. Elmir realized in confusion that she had used a tank skill. The system confirmed that jump had been used, a skill that allows a tank to instantly move to an ally and cover them. Before the battle, Krim discussed the plan with his comrades. He said that the key bet would be the Kokonoe technique. With his current skill, he could deliver 4 strikes in succession: Rin, Puo, Tu, and Sha. If for some reason the final blow Sha does not end the fight, then the technique will go into a long recharge. Frey promised to provide support, but warned that if he did not have time, Krim's defense would be entirely on Freya's shoulders. She confidently agreed. Returning to the present, Freya said with determination and pride that even she, who did not consider herself experienced, was able to cope when it was really needed. The AI has confirmed that the battle has ended. Player Elmir is no longer able to continue participating in the battle. Krim, looking at Freya, noticed that she really took the role of a tank healer seriously. He admired her transformation with slight irony. Frey, smiling, confirmed that she had proven to be an incredible partner. The AI solemnly announced that all members of Elmir's team had been defeated, and victory in this battle went to Krim's team. Freya concluded by explaining that Elmir only had 1 health point left, so she didn't hesitate and finished him off without further ado. The arena's I solemnly recorded the victory of Krim's team and began playing replays of the best moments of the fight. The commentary system focused on Krim's reaction, noting it as something completely cosmic. She noted with admiration how Krim had repelled all of the enemy's attacks with such precision and speed that they were barely visible. He looked both cute and strong, a combination that the audience thought was simply perfect. The AI also mentioned that Elmir, despite his defeat, had also shown tenacity. In the arena's waiting room, the atmosphere changed abruptly. Mash, red with excitement, suddenly exclaimed, addressing both Krim and Freya at the same time, with an offer to become a part of their lives. He basically confessed his feelings and proposed dating both of them at once. Krim was stunned to realize that this guy seriously confessed to 2 girls at the same time, and he couldn't contain his indignation. Freya tried to calm him down. Gura, not believing what was happening, asked what kind of nonsense his comrade was thinking up, calling him a mushroom head. Elmir, with his characteristic self-confidence, noted that Mash was acting slowly, while he himself intended to act decisively. Mash, ignoring the taunts, begged at least one of them to add him as a friend. However, the system showed that both had already exceeded their request limit. Freya screamed when she saw how many invitations she had received. She promised to answer them all, adding that clowns with pots on their heads had no place on her list. Frey noted with slight envy that he had not received a single request. Elmir, a little confused, admitted that he had hoped to atone for his guilt and invite Krim to his guild. He promised that he would not impose himself again, but admitted that the last fight had inspired him. He expressed confidence that they would cross paths again in the upcoming event, the Guild Brawl. Freya was surprised to hear about this event. Frey wondered if it was about seizing territories. Elmir, noticing that they knew nothing, began to explain. He spoke about a special tournament in which guilds fight to increase their rank. This is a seasonal event that determines the position of the guild on the rating scale. Certain rewards are promised for increasing the rank, although the details are still unknown. Krim was inspired. He asked about the rules, and Elmir said they were pretty simple. Teams of 5 people from each guild appear on a huge map. The battle lasts until there is only one team left alive. It's a full-fledged battle royale. Krim noted that this was a great opportunity to prove themselves in major battles. Freya expressed a desire to simply sit out somewhere far from the fighting. Frey added philosophically that the greatest victory is the one that can be achieved without fighting. Elmir, smiling, noted how different they all are. Gura added that the game Duo has attracted a lot of attention. Many PvP players from other projects are already migrating here. MASH reported that even professional teams with sponsors have started to gather. Krim asked in surprise about the professionals. Elmir confirmed that this was true. He noted that games of this scale had not appeared on the market for a long time. Duo turned out to be a real breakthrough. Famous streamers, idols, cosplayers, they all showed interest in this game. Advertisements for the project were even shown on television. Guilds specializing exclusively in battles between guilds have already appeared. Krim admitted that he did not expect such a growth in popularity. He asked what kind of guilds these were. Elmir began listing. Among the first he mentioned were the Black Wolves, a guild consisting mainly of beastmen who specialized in dealing damage. He then went on to talk about the Tukai Company, a community of crafters. Although they are not the best fighters, they have the best items. He then mentioned the most provocative guild, Lily Garden, which was made up mostly of big-budget donors. Krim noted that he understood. Freya admitted that she was already lost at the mention of the Beastmen Guild. Elmir continued, telling of 2 particularly dangerous groups. The Northern Glacier, led by Sol Leon, and the Azure Dragons, led by a certain Xiao. He explained that one was based in the north, the other in the east, and both guilds mowed down bosses with the ease of a lawnmower. These 2 teams are considered favorites. Freya turned to Krim, wondering what they would do next. Krim thought about it, said the names out loud, and admired their sound. He suggested that they come up with something cool for their team. Frey suggested focusing on katanas. Together with Krim, they began to come up with names. Katana of the Crusaders, Blood Red Katana, Katana that pierces the sky, and then, as a joke, Suck my katana. Freya could not stand it, and demanded to know what kind of nonsense they were talking. Elmir interrupted their fun and reminded them that they still lacked people for a full-fledged guild. Krim asked when the tournament would start. Elmir said that there was no exact date yet, but according to rumors, everything would start very soon. He advised not to delay and handed them the guild fee, as promised. Krim thanked him and asked if the attacks on Elmir on the forums had stopped. He said with relief that it had become much easier. He expressed his hope that new players would now join their guild and wished them good luck. He also promised that the Silverwings would definitely win next time. In Wyndham Central Park, Krim thought out loud that they needed to find 2 more participants urgently. Time was running out. Freya suggested looking for participants by specific roles. Krim supported the idea and noted that it was impossible to hang all the defense and support of the rear on him alone. Freya admitted that she didn't yet have the necessary skills to fight on the front lines. They began to fantasize about who they wanted on the team, a big, strong fighter with high endurance, who would inspire fear with his appearance alone. They imagined someone almost 2 meters tall. At that moment, a stranger passed by them, completely matching this description. Frey noticed him first and noted that such fighters really exist. Freya immediately assumed that this was most likely an NPC and should not pay attention. But Krim noted that he had seen this person somewhere before. A little further away, 3 players, not familiar with each other, approached at the same time and said, as if in one voice, that they were late. Someone had just come from a part-time job. Another reminded them that they had a lot of work to do and that it was enough to chat. Later, Krim mentally noted that he had less and less time to find the right people before the Battle Royale began. He wondered if he should post an announcement in the general chat. It was already getting dark outside in reality, but in the game, as always, the weather was pleasant and serene. At that moment, a stranger appeared, ran up to him, and joyfully exclaimed that she had finally found him. Then she took her katana and said with a smile, "Cheeky breeky," and into the kings. The stranger, with enthusiasm and complete concentration, approached Krim and said something like "bingo," as if she had just completed an important part of her personal quest. Then she began to vigorously move his arms, trying to straighten his wrists, place the katana in his palms, bend his fingers in the right places, and insert one part into another. She did this with expertise, as if she were giving some special instructions. Krim was confused at this point. His thoughts were in a jumble. He noticed that Duel, the built-in help system, had shut down again. Then his gaze darted to the unexpected visitor. He didn't understand what exactly was happening now, and wondered who this girl really was. An ordinary player or an artificial NPC? The stranger continued to explain out loud. She said that the skill leveling setting for two-handed weapons should be disabled. She then mentioned that if a character named Hinagiku was deleted and then restored, under the right conditions, she would be able to gain the skill of wielding a katana. Krim abruptly stopped her flow of speech, asking her to wait a little and not to rush. He was already beginning to suspect that he was dealing with an extremely unconventional person. The girl, now clearly calling herself Hinagiku, stated that she knew she was already being watched, but she really didn't want Krim to escape. He responded with surprise that he wasn't going to run away, but he wanted to understand why she needed to delete her character in the first place. Hinagiku answered with absolute sincerity that it was necessary to obtain the skill of wielding a katana. Krim, wrinkling his brow, asked how she even knew about such a system. In response, Hinagiku admitted that she read about it on the forum, where it was stated that this skill can be obtained through interaction with a special NPC, a white-haired fairy who always runs away from players. Krim realized what was going on. He quickly cleared up her misconception by explaining that he was not an NPC at all, but a regular player. Hinagiku, realizing her mistake, apologized with genuine embarrassment. Krim said with a slight smile that everything was fine. He thought to himself that he might have offended the girl a little, even though he didn't mean to. He saw sincerity and simplicity in her. To smooth over the awkwardness, he offered her a snack. He introduced himself by saying that his name was Krim and asked her what her name was. She happily introduced herself. Her name was Hinagiku. She immediately called Krim her big sister, saying it with such sincerity and joy that Krim couldn't help but smile. He began to wonder who was in front of him. He realized that the girl belonged to the race of beastmen, but at the same time she behaved absolutely like an ordinary child, perhaps a schoolgirl. He remembered his father telling him that little girls were rarely allowed to play such games because most parents were wary of such projects. Perhaps Hinagiku's parents were more relaxed about it, or maybe they didn't monitor what she was doing at all. Krim asked her the next question, where did she get the katana from? Hinagiku proudly replied that she had bought it at a store. Krim was surprised. He hadn't expected that you could just buy such things in Wyndham. Hinagiku confirmed that yes, katanas were indeed sold there, and many players bought them. But she added that without the necessary skill, the weapon couldn't even be unsheathed. Such a purchase turned out to be a scam for inexperienced players. Krim wondered why they would sell such items in the starting city. Hinagiku, meanwhile, said with delight that she saw Krim, strong, cool, and handsome, and that's why she wants Krim to become her master. Krim couldn't believe his ears. He asked again, but Hinagiku confirmed her intention. She added that besides this, she really wanted to know where exactly she could learn the skill of wielding a katana. She said this with a sly smile, pretending to ask casually. Krim realized to himself why she had actually approached him. At that moment, the video link rang. Ryunosuke appeared on the screen and began the conversation by asking how much he could offer for such information. Krim thought with annoyance that this merchant was capable of ripping off even children. Hinagiku, confused, offered 120, apparently referring to the game currency. Ryunosuke tried to console her and told her not to cry. Krim looked at him sternly and said that he should understand that he was dealing with a child. Ryunosuke immediately said that he was joking and that everything was not so serious. He explained that he was going to start trading information on obtaining the katana skill, as well as sell katanas created in the Kime passage. He said he had collected all the necessary materials and given them to the Oni tribe to forge a batch of katanas for him. However, the entrepreneurial spirit was broken when the NPCs suddenly refused to cooperate. And then a major game event happened, and all plans fell apart. Krim was shocked. He couldn't believe that NPCs could actually refuse to carry out player orders. Rinosuke reported that key materials needed to create katanas, such as iron ore, have suddenly disappeared from the gaming market. He suggested that the upcoming event would be combat-focused, which is what had caused the surge in demand. He added that if Krim and his team could help sort out the situation, he would tell them all about the katana skill for free. Hinagiku immediately readily agreed to help, showing her full support without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the real world, several schoolgirls were looking at school bags. They were discussing which bags looked nice, which would go with their school uniforms, and which would look better. One of them noted with surprise the price of one of the backpacks. They asked Hijiri to hurry up with her choice. She apologized, saying that she was almost finished. One of her friends teased Hijiri, calling her fickle and offering to help her. At that moment, Hijiri's phone rang. She apologized to the girls and answered. On the other end of the line was Mitsuki, who immediately asked where she was. Hijiri replied that she had gone shopping with her friends, choosing a bag to match her school uniform. Mitsuki asked again if they had already given her the uniform, to which she offered to show a photo, but it turned out that Mitsuko called with a different question. He asked her to drop by Kimi Pass around 8 in the evening. Hijiri immediately agreed and promised to be there on time. Later, already in the Kimi Pass, Krim got to the place on his own. He noted to himself that he had to get there alone, and it took some time. Hinagiku was standing nearby, admiring the area. Her attention was drawn to an entire village of the Oni race. Unlike the events of the early morning, everything was calm. No one was fighting, and the atmosphere was reminiscent of a peaceful village. Freya ran up and called out to Krim with relief. She apologized for the delay and asked if this was the girl he had told her about. Hinagiku happily confirmed her name and introduced herself with the politeness typical of a schoolgirl. Freya immediately noticed that the girl looked tense. Krim explained that from her point of view, they were adults, and that could be a little scary. Frey, looking at Krim with a child, doubted his motives and almost accused him of using the character's appearance for dubious purposes. Krim immediately flared up and scolded his friend for such thoughts. Then the conversation returned to business. Frey asked where Rinosuke was. Krim said that he had just finished talking to him. Rinosuke told them to handle it themselves. Krim suggested that they split up and look for clues to figure out what the new event was about. Frey went to the blacksmith, and Hinagiku went to check out the local grocery store. Krim began to think about where he should go. His thoughts were delighted by the area itself. The village looked beautiful and atmospheric. He decided to find Matu and went to her. Matu greeted Krim calmly. She remembered that she had invited them back, but was surprised that they showed up after only 3 days. Krim apologized, thinking that perhaps they were in the way. However, Matu assured him that this was not the case. She explained that the village does not change and remains the same. Then she asked why they came back. Krim said that Rinosuke had reported that the blacksmiths had stopped making weapons. Matu had not been particularly enthusiastic, calling Rinosuke a shady character. Krim asked what she meant. Matu replied that the reason the blacksmiths no longer made weapons was because of a shortage of a special material called hate steel. It is a rare type of iron, filled with rage and malice, perfect for creating demonic weapons. These are the katanas they create. Krim realized that Rinosuke was planning to sell these katanas on the general market. He wondered what the main problem was then. Matu explained that the men of the village had gone into the mine to get steel, but had not returned. Rumors were circulating around the village. Some were talking about a cave-in, others about a monster attack. But to be honest, she didn't care. Krim indignantly reminded them that they were talking about men from her village. But Matu just waved her hand and said that they most likely forgot to pray, or did something else stupid, for which they received a deadly curse. Krim was stunned. He asked again, shocked by the word curse. Matu chuckled and asked if he was afraid. Krim hesitated, assuring that he was not afraid at all. Matu, seeing his reaction, recognized him as a reliable ally. She decided to reveal more information and trust. She told him that at the top of the holy mountain Rakume, there was a place where lost souls gathered, and asked him if he was afraid to go there. Krim, stuttering and covered in sweat, assured that he was not afraid at all. Matu expressed a desire to know if Krim knew which direction to take. Krim thanked her for the information she provided, adding that it was now clear to him where to go, but he still had doubts about the holy mountain. Matu explained that Mount Rakume was significantly closer to Windham than Mount Nebula, and so the likelihood of high-level enemies residing there was extremely low. She suggested that the group take up the extraction of useful resources on their own, while promising to buy back everything they could bring if they managed to find something. Krim reported that they had arrived at the place and pointed to the holy mountain, whose name was Mount Reconnecting. Freya shared the feeling that the place had an oppressive and eerie atmosphere. Freya expressed the opinion that this literally smells like a horror film, and reminded that their current task is to find out the reasons for the disappearance of the Oni representatives, as well as to try to eliminate these reasons. He reported that there was one of the Oni in their squad, and he was able to lead them further along the route. He invited the whole group to follow him, taking on the role of guide. Krim looked around the area and noticed that there didn't seem to be anything interesting going on, expressing his intention to return home. Hinagiku reminded them that their expedition hadn't even really begun. Freya explained that Krim can't stand creepy and scary things. Freya added that horror films are not at all part of Krim's interests. Hinagiku turned to Krim with interest, wanting to know if he was truly afraid. Krim calmly stated that he was not afraid, but admitted that he could not stand unexpected and abrupt events. He explained that fear and aversion to sudden actions are different phenomena. Krim said that in horror games, developers often use screamers, sharp sounds that do not really scare, but only confuse. He compared it to a sharp clap of thunder during a thunderstorm, saying that a person is not afraid of thunder, but only gets confused for a moment. Hinagiku expressed, albeit uncertainly, that she understood this idea. Krim continued, noting that in MMO games, horror elements are often presented as cheap tricks that do not cause fear, but only disorient. At some point, Krim did get scared. Frey noticed that the cause of the fright was a normal texture, and said with surprise that Krim had already begun to panic. Krim, noticing Hinagiku's fear, generously offered her to hold his hand if she became scared. Hinagiku thanked him, a little embarrassed. Krim remembered that he had not yet given his final consent to be her master. Hinagiku replied sadly that in that case, she wouldn't hold his hand. Krim tried to stop her, noting that they had gone too far to get iron. They shared information that a large number of interesting and rare ores can be found at the top of the mountain. Krim clarified whether these ores could really be called curious. They began to tell an old story, saying that many years ago a meteorite fell in these places, which led to catastrophic changes in the landscape. He added that as a result of the impact, the entire valley was turned upside down, villages were destroyed, and a huge number of living creatures died. He explained that the place was avoided because of a sense of impending doom. Despite this, these lands contained many useful resources, which began to attract miners and adventurers. They warned that the soil in the area was extremely unstable and dangerous. Many of those who dared to enter here perished, falling into cracks and abysses. Thus, Mount Rakumai was created. Over time, the negative energy of the dead began to penetrate into the local ores. These ores became known as the ores of hatred. At the entrance to the mine, harmless spirits are encountered. However, as you move deeper, it becomes more and more dangerous. The creatures become more and more vicious. He gave advice to pray in the temple before entering to avoid spiritual abduction. Hinagiku noted that everything that happens looks very realistic and atmospheric. Frey expressed interest in whether the strength of the enemies would change as you progress further into the mine. He added that Krim should first explore the surrounding area. Freya noticed that Krim was now with Oni and participating in prayer. They showed how this ritual is performed. He said that they had reached the entrance to the mine, where he himself would be engaged in the extraction of ore. He asked what the rest of the group planned to do. Krim asked if it was possible for them to take part in the extraction. They confirmed that these lands did not belong to anyone and offered tools. Hinagiku excitedly stated that it all sounded quite fun. Freya also expressed her desire to join the group's activities, showing her interest. Krim, despite rumors that people could have disappeared in this place, suggested starting with something simple, doing excavations. Frey supported Krim's initiative, showing agreement. Krim spoke enthusiastically to the group, urging them to get to work, even if they had to clamp their picks between their teeth. He expressed confidence that they would be able to extract a lot of ore and improve their equipment. According to him, their time had come, and now they should become rich. Freya swung the tool as if counting steps and immediately noticed something interesting. She drew the others' attention to the find. In front of her was the ore of hatred. Hinagiku also reported her discovery, saying that she had managed to extract a piece of ore, and that there was a whole vein in that place. Krim noticed that the vein turned out to be quite large. Frey expressed surprise, wondering out loud how many spirits must inhabit this place if the ore was so saturated with evil energy. Krim admitted that he enjoyed the feeling of fatigue that came with mining resources, but his attention was suddenly drawn to a strange object, some kind of bag. Frey suggested that it might be a loot bag containing various items. Krim confirmed his guess. Frey reminded that when a player is killed, all of their valuables, including rare ores and other resources, fall to the ground. It is likely that one of the players has fallen victim to the spirits. He also offered to go into more detail if needed, but for now he advised just remember that such finds can cause a lot of problems between players. Cream wondered whether he should keep the bag or not, thinking out loud. Hinagiku suddenly caught the attention of Cream and Frey. Frey clarified that she was referring to Glasses-sama. Hinagiku explained that they were referring to the ore bags, of which there were a large number further down the passage. She pointed in the direction. Krim said with disbelief that it was hard to believe. Then his reaction became more emotional. He was stunned by the number of finds. Krim mentally noted that there was too much ore, so much so that it seemed as if more than one group had perished here. He began to suspect that the spirits might have destroyed them all. Frey suggested that monsters might be behind what was happening. Krim noted that they had not encountered any enemies so far, and there were no bosses in sight. Frey concluded that ghosts might be to blame for carrying away the players' bodies. He also suggested that the game's system might have counted it as a death. Krim suddenly noticed bolts on the ground, stuck at an odd angle, and determined that they were crossbow bolts fired from above. Frey shared that he had already opened several bags, but inside there was only common ore, nothing particularly valuable. He also noted the lack of monsters in the area, and that the rare ores had most likely already been collected by someone. Krim came to the conclusion that if this was true, the situation was becoming alarming. He suddenly realized that Freya was left alone. Meanwhile, Freya continued her mining enthusiastically and said with satisfaction that she felt like a natural miner. Krim called out to Freya, concerned for her safety. Freya, hearing Krim's voice, asked in surprise what had happened and inquired if they had found any large deposits. At that moment, Freya was attacked, but Krim managed to protect her. Then a woman appeared who said with a sarcastic intonation that there were too many players in the mine today. She politely demanded that they give up everything valuable, citing that there were plenty of useful resources around, and not taking them from people like them would be a real sin. Krim mentally noted that it couldn't get any worse. Judging by the number of bags scattered in the mine, he concluded that they were looking at a group of PKERs who had been operating here for a long time. One of the opponents, looking them over, determined the composition of the group. 2 melee and 2 mages, all with basic equipment. He dismissively called them servants. Krim continued to think, assuming that there was a whole PC guild in front of him. He stated directly that he had guessed from the very beginning that all the bags found were the result of the actions of this group. Frey added that taking honestly earned resources from other players is an ignoble activity. The woman chuckled and replied that killing players was a game mechanic, and if something wasn't forbidden, it was acceptable. In her opinion, complaining about it would be stupid. Another girl reminded them that they had entered an open PvP zone themselves, and had also brought a rare enemy with them. She added that the creature had a lot of rare ore on it, making it a real find. Krim concluded that this rare enemy was the one the spirits had carried away from the mine, and whom they had to eliminate according to the quest. He realized that this entire group of PKERs was the real target of the mission. Krim mentally noted that in some games, NPCs become hostile towards players with a bad reputation, but in this case, the game even gave an entire quest to destroy these players. One of the opponents, hearing Krim's remark that they had become the target of a quest, admitted with a grin that in this game you can really become a villain. The woman noted that the game's possibilities were amazing. She expressed confidence that, having taken on such a quest, group after group would fall into their hands. In her opinion, it was like a festival of generosity. Another enemy added that they would grow up right before our eyes. The girl on their side said that she was ready to sit in the mine for days, waiting for the next naive players. Frey concluded that the group clearly had serious moral problems. Krim noted with irony that such opponents, despite all their shortcomings, are still better than ghosts. He reminded that he himself is not simple, despite his appearance and voice. The woman leading the attack announced that the time had come to begin hunting her victims. Frey reacted instantly and let the others know that an attack had begun. Krim ordered Freya and Hinakaku to stay at the rear and not engage in direct combat. The woman chuckled and made a sarcastic remark, as if to imply that she was not alone here, and to hint that attention should be paid to more than just her. Krim, analyzing her words, became internally wary, began to think about the hidden meaning, and began to suspect that the situation could be even worse. A male voice came from the darkness, laughing loudly, mocking how late the group had realized what was happening. Hinagiku, without thinking, rushed at the enemy, ready to deal with him. However, the man was dismissive of her efforts and stated that children should not play with adults and ordered her to move away. Freya screamed towards Hinagiku, expressing concern for her safety. The man mockingly said that someone had clearly tripped badly, and his laughter echoed throughout the mine. Krim realized with annoyance that the enemies had surrounded them from the very beginning of the battle, setting a trap in advance. One of the enemies wryly noted that his ally had given away his location only to knock down a child, and noted that such behavior could not be called gentlemanly. Freya asked Hinagiku if she was okay, worried about her condition. Hinagiku admitted that she didn't expect the blow, but assured everyone that she was fine. The man responded in a sarcastic tone, as if expressing doubt in her words, and promised that they would see each other again. Krim abruptly stated that this enemy was already regrouping with his partners. Frey stepped forward decisively and declared that he would not allow them to do this. At this point, Krim was thinking about a possible ambush and assumed that there might be many more enemies than they were seeing. He considered it necessary to watch the rear. The woman, with manic glee, suggested that the group dance, saying that she wanted something dark and sinister, some kind of macabre spectacle. Frey realized with alarm that they were trapped. He noticed that the enemy was using monsters, and their numbers were too great. Krim noted with surprise that the guy in the mask had somehow managed to gather a whole locomotive of monsters behind him. Frey sarcastically commented that it was nice of him, since all the monsters he had collected were high level and had come straight from the top of the mountain. Hinagiku reported that they were surrounded on all sides. Freya asked in a panic what they should do now. The group of opponents laughed loudly, clearly enjoying the situation. They mockingly stated that they never promised a fair fight, and reminded that they enjoyed watching the action. They urged the group of players to make it look good, because it's a show, and added that they would have to hurry. That's just the reality. Crossbowmen began shooting in their direction from afar. Krim analyzed the situation, and realized that there were 3 crossbowmen on the rise. He realized that they were in serious trouble. Krim immediately asked Freya to use her healing skill. Freya began to heal Krim and said that she would heal the Oni representative next. One of the enemies interrupted her and stated with disdain that he realized who was the healer in the team. He stated that he could not stand it when someone healed their allies and promised that he would kill her first. However, at the last moment, the enemy was stopped by Oni. Krim realized that losing even one member of the group would mean defeat. He rushed to the aid of the Oni representative. Suddenly, a man blocked his path and declared that Krim now belonged to him. Krim didn't understand what he was talking about and was stunned by what was happening. Hinagiku screamed in despair that she could no longer cope with what was happening. Frey cast a light spell, saying that the enemies were all in close combat. He promised to take on the crossbowmen, who were perched on the hill. Then he added that he had completely forgotten about the monsters. He used a ball lightning spell. Frey realized internally that the opponents were acting in a very coordinated manner, and that the support from above made them even more dangerous. He realized that he had no time left to attack, and recognized that the opponents were much stronger than he thought. He could only hope that at least the NPC would remain outside the monster's aggression zone, which would give him the opportunity to hold off the PC group. But then he noticed that even the halberdier fighting on the enemy side was also not attacked by the monsters. Frey began to suspect that this character might not be a regular player, but also an NPC, or knew a way to avoid aggression from monsters. He wondered how he could gather such a horde of monsters on the way to the mine. However, He then noticed that the monsters were reacting to the enemies. At the same time, the enemies were constantly looking around, as if checking the situation. The man, seeing that the situation was getting heated, decided to retreat and announced that it was time for them to leave. Frey came to the conclusion that this man could be the key factor in what was happening, perhaps possessing some special state. Freya suddenly noticed a strange object, some mysterious nail, that did not disappear even after attempts to clean it. She realized that this object was getting closer with each passing second, and realized that something dangerous was happening. Krim immediately determined that they were dealing with a skill with a delayed action. He mentally noted that if they couldn't interrupt it in time, one of them would receive critical damage, possibly even instant death. The man gleefully announced that if the group did not take action, Krim would die. He said that his participation was over and was about to leave. Krim shouted after him to stop. However, he immediately realized that he did not have time to deal with this enemy. The man wished them goodbye and left. Krim, without delay, began to break through the danger, determined to get to Frey no matter what. The hooded man said that they could end it. Resistance was useless, but he was surprised that they were still alive. They only needed the ore. The map showed that his men were surrounded from the cliffs, the monsters that Tank had brought with him had encircled them from below, and the heroes had nowhere to go. The hooded man watched as a group of people in the valley fought the dark monsters. Freya exclaimed in confusion that she was about to be nailed when the nail was driven into her chest. The elf was not pleased with the enemy's proximity, because of this he did not understand who exactly was casting the curse on the girl. The girl who was watching the fight smiled at the guess that it was a water bullet, and the questioning cries of whether the tip had managed to go in. Putting the chaff on her hand, she just decided to remember the boys. Kitsune looked for the master, shouting for him, but was told that he would not help. Hinagiku wanted to help the master, but instead, a water bullet was pierced into her shoulder. The elf understood that things were bad, and that their squad would only hold on by a miracle and thanks to Freya's healing magic. Without her, the heroes would die in a few seconds. The boy peered into the distance, wondering who was attacking Freya. He noticed a monster hanging in the air. The strange creature did not attack, but simply looked at the girl. The elf thought that it could curse Freya. But there was a crowd between them, and the guy could not reach it. He felt his team was losing and decided no matter what, the guy used a water bullet. The girl in the hood smirked, saying to look who started casting, and it would be a shame to get a bolt to the forehead. But she was interrupted by a strong blow to the shoulder. She looked at the blade stuck in the armor on her shoulder in surprise, wondering who had thrown it. But the second blade was already approaching its target. The weapon hit her right in the head, throwing the girl back. Her accomplices were horrified that she had been killed and that help had come to the heroes. It turned out that the knives were being thrown by a blonde girl, standing far behind. The hooded man's accomplices were puzzled that she was attacking them instead of the monsters around them. And then one of the girls started to shudder because the monsters weren't attacking the blonde girl. But the girl next to the hooded man wasn't surprised. She was worried about how the blonde could figure it out. But the man thought it was something else. The blonde girl knew there was a chance to do something when the Shekers stopped shooting, like kill the monster cursing Freya. The elf called out to Krim, pointing out that the monster hovering in the air was preparing to shoot the healer. No one knew why Krim wasn't being attacked, but the girl was ready to attack the monster. A dozen crossbows aimed at the blonde girl and fired arrows, and she gripped her katana tighter. Krim deflected all the arrows in flight, heading straight for the mage. The elf again asked why only the girl was not attacked, to which he received the answer that she was blessed by the temple. The creature in the mask said that by praying in the temple one can hide from the spirits. It was all about the temple, at the entrance of which Krim prayed. She said that you need to pray to not be carried away. Now they were in the mine, and it would be strange if there was no buff here so that people could mine ore faster. Krim realized that with all the fuss that came with the monsters, it took a long time for people to realize that it was the temple buff. The girl jumped, raising her katana, saying that the mage would not cast anything else. Krim cut the mage in half. Freya panicked that she was a corpse, seeing how the nail went deeper and deeper, but then it dissolved into thin air, and she sank to the floor in relief. The elf shouted that they needed to fight off the horde while they had a chance. The most difficult monsters hadn't had time to approach yet, and they needed to move towards the exit. The hooded man's henchmen were angry that the monsters couldn't keep up. The noobs were leaving. The elf asked if they were abandoning Krim, but they told him that she could handle it herself. But she couldn't just run away. Cream stood with her katana at the ready, asking Frey to take the others and leave, while the hooded man's accomplice with the blonde hair ordered that the team of heroes not be allowed to take a single step. She called Cream a brat in default armor. The girl asked Cream to apologize and wanted to try out her old armor. But Cream had already forgiven the girl for now aiming at Freya and the others. The girl took out her sword. She cried out that it was hunting time, and the sword met the katana, sparks flying. The girl liked her mastery of the katana and wondered if Cream had found someone to buy her a katana. They were both cute, but the girl did not consider herself that way. Cream's red cloak, because it stood out too much. They continued to fight, and the girl was angry that Cream never showed her hand. Cream ended up behind the girl with her katana raised, saying that she talked too much. The girl was amazed by the power of Cream, how much she put into it. With such a distribution for statistics, she could instantly lose control. Cream was landing crushing blows on the girl, who was confused as to how she could move so well. She backed away, knowing that she couldn't lose after all her taunts. The girl was exhausted by all the blows, gasping for breath from the effort. It was impossible. Seeing Cream rise into the air to strike, the girl suddenly realized that she had seen her fighting style somewhere. Cream noticed that she began to talk less. But she understood that the girl could read people's attacks well, and she needed time to regroup with everyone. Cream was counting on Frey. The team convinced themselves, while running away from the monsters, that Cream would be fine if they left her behind. The elf shouted that she shouldn't have to deal with monsters, since she specializes in PvP. The monsters were catching up, but the team wanted to distract them. But there were also a ton of monsters ahead. One of the monsters in the sky said, "There is no escape here." Energy gathered inside him, which he launched at the heroes with a beam, from which the earth cracked. The girl asked Frey for help, whether he had any aces up his sleeve. But the elf had nothing, for which he was accused of helplessness and uselessness. Hinagiku said that in anime, people with glasses are the smartest, but the girl replied that the elf was only trying to be smarter and wore glasses without lenses. But the elf replied that he only wore fakes in the game. An elf and a girl started fighting over a book. He said he would come up with a tactic right now, and she said she was losing her intelligence. Someone interrupted the fight, shouting that they were having a lot of fun. The masked monster was running after the team, scaring them. He was shouting at the girl, did she think he would actually smile and wave goodbye? The halberd flew towards the girl, and the monster screamed that he had accepted his death. But the kitsune did not agree with this. She parried the blow of the halberd, wondering if Freya was okay. But everything was okay, and Hinagiku's blow was amazing. The monster was angry, and the elf was surprised as the girl killed Albert with her sword. He understood that he had underestimated the kitsune. She was not that simple. The elf asked that when the man in the mask caught up with them, he would leave him with the girl. The monster in the mask with teeth warned the guys to be careful. The monster came from the front, a ball of energy aimed at the team, cutting the ground with a beam of energy. The beam hit a rock, and it began to crumble. The team quickly ran away from the rockfall, and the elf wondered if it was really more dangerous for them to be near the rocks, but they would be surrounded by monsters if they ran in the middle. With all the considerations of physique and durability, the monster with the toothy mask was the best tank in the Crim team. From above, enemies would not be able to see them in the shadow of Oni, the elf asked, and the monster agreed to take the role of a human shield in the team. The elf screamed to get off the cliff and try to break through the horde of monsters, while Freya had to support them with healing. They ran through the crowd of monsters. The enemy team was indignant that they were hiding behind Oni. Because he was strong, nothing could take him, and there were no ideas on how to defeat him. The hooded man confirmed that the heroes became a problem for them when they teamed up with Oni. The monster raised a huge two-handed sword. They cut the monster with one blow. The heroes were really going to break through. The exit from the ravine was already visible from afar, and the heroes perked up. The girl from the enemy team was upset, but the hooded man told her to look at the battlefield. Albert was catching up with the heroes. Albert himself had interested the man. He went down the slope and gathered the monsters that were scattered. The girl perked up, at first not believing in Albert. At this rate, the heroes will fall right into the monster train. And this time, they will definitely fall into a trap. The girl reloaded her weapon while she could. The heroes noticed monsters coming from the front, and the kitsune called it a pincer attack, raising her sword. The girl said she could use taunt because she was a tank and could draw out monsters. She was the weakest in the group and she was willing to sacrifice herself, but it was unnecessary. Frey had an idea which delighted the team. They all smiled, happy that the elf was smart even if the glasses were fake. The enemies didn't understand what all the fuss was about. The man said that the heroes would soon encounter monsters and the girl needed to aim at them if they stopped. Freya was preparing to tell them about their new plan and asked them to listen carefully. She decided to start with Freya. Frey said that the girl would have to be the bait because she played the role of a tank and everything would depend on her. She was very nervous, not believing that everything would depend on her. Freya ran across the battlefield, realizing that she was really on edge now, but she was confident that everything would be fine. Unlike the first time, now she knew what she had to do and clutched her weapon with a smile. Kitsune and the elf asked if Freya was okay and if she would be able to fulfill her wish, but she asked to leave it all to her, even though she was in a panic and her friends thought she was going crazy. The team of heroes scattered, starting the operation. The girl from the team of villains was surprised that they decided to split up and asked the man in the hood who was playing the role of bait, but he did not know. The man asked the girl to be ready to finish off the first group that angered the monsters when the heroes ran straight into them. She agreed, watching as the team ran through the ravine. The heroes understood that they would be running straight towards the horde of monsters ahead. They asked the elf doubtfully if it would work. The boy was unsure, but their job was simple. Freya's group ran next to them, opposite to Oni's group. Freya knew she had to keep a certain distance from the guy, and while she kept that distance, she would wait for Freya's signal. The enemies were very close. They would be here in a couple of seconds. The dark-haired girl had already managed to reload and aim her crossbow at the boys, thinking that they would simply rush into the monsters. Keeping her finger on the trigger, she waited to see which way the monsters would get angry. Frey signaled to Freya, waving the book and shouting her name. Joyfully raising her staff above her head, the girl rushed into battle, counting on protection from Higanaku. With a crash and a scream, Freya brought her staff down on the ground. The girl used a tank skill, using taunt, summoning several glowing rings around her and calling others to come to her. Taunt provoked the targets around the user to become more hostile towards the user. The energy passed through all the monsters in a pulse, touching them. The hooded man was surprised by the use of taunt, because he thought Freya was a healer. The accomplices realized that all the monsters around were angry at the girl. The monster, a black creature with a white half-mask instead of a face, was advancing on Frey and Oni, but the latter said to leave the creature to him. Frey was inspired and called everyone to fight. Frey enchanted the Oni axe, knowing it was their best bet, but he couldn't guarantee it would work. Frey used wind magic Stormwind, martial art inversion of heaven against the huge monster. From the blow and the spell, the mask of the creature began to crack. The dark-haired girl from the enemy team didn't understand why the boys were attacking the monster if it wasn't angry at them. The hooded man suggested that they might have been scared. The monster suddenly went the wrong way, advancing on the villains. The girl realized that Frey's attack had backfired. The creature crashed into the cliff where the accomplices were standing, crushing it under its weight. The villains fell down in horror and confusion. Frey remembered that according to Oni, the bedrock here was very fragile. Everyone watched in fear as the rock broke and fell down in huge stones. The stones fell, burying everyone under them. The monster fell lower and deeper, burying itself under the boulders and filling the gorge. The girl from the villain team called the heroes reckless as she tried to climb the rock. The hooded man grabbed her, helping her up. Looking around the littered valley, the man saw that most of the monsters had been killed, and he had no idea if the rest of the team was safe. The dark-haired girl realized that the heroes were using each other as bait, and that the villains themselves would not do such a thing. The heroes were definitely crazy. The hooded man believed that the girls were dead, and that only Frey and Oni should have survived. But his thoughts were interrupted by movement in the rubble. Frey smiled, saying that he had promised that no one would die. Freya and the kitsune remained unharmed, emerging from the rubble. The girls smiled. It was scary. They thought they wouldn't survive. They were saved by Skywalk, a tank skill that moved the user quickly to a party member for protection. The dark-haired girl was shocked that the heroes survived using the Skywalk. The villains were outplayed. The man realized that the distance between the groups of heroes was the maximum for using the Skywalk. While the heroes reunited with each other again, the heroes rejoiced. And Freya said that she would never have thought of using the Skywalk as a way to escape. But the elf said not to relax, because the monsters were still behind them. The landslide created a giant cloud of dust, which the heroes decided to use to take cover. The cloud of dust was visible. Even behind Krim's back, she realized that the guys were doing something very noticeable, but it was impossible to be distracted from the fight. Her opponent was missing a leg, but she did not give in, clenching her fist. Krim was the embodiment of pure fighting instinct, from which the girl had déjà vu, and suddenly she remembered. It turns out that both girls had met before in another game. The monsters lost sight of the heroes. Because of the cloud of dust, the man in the hood was surprised that they tried to descend. The girl offered to catch them, but there were several ways down the mountain. She wondered if the man had lost sight of them, but she saw that one of their guys had survived, and suggested that they split up and give chase. But the man refused, because he could see the heroes. And in a fight with Krim, the losing girl remembered their game. She met Krim in a game based on fencing. She remembered the knight with the red cloak. Even though she was fighting the silver-haired girl, the memory of the knight kept flashing. The loser assumed that it was the same person, but she couldn't remember anything else. She realized she had lost her leg in the fight, but that didn't help her remember any more information about Krim. She just needed to get out of here somehow. Lowering her sword, Krim admitted that she didn't like torturing others and she would end it right now. But the girl asked to give her a minute. It was obvious that without a leg she could not fight. The girl gave in, asking to let her go. Krim was surprised that the PC sure was begging for his life, because you don't see that every day. The girl justified herself by saying that she was just that type of person, and that she didn't have a drop of pride. Krim mentioned the rare ore the girl stole, and joked about whether she left it in the warehouse, to which the girl joked about whether she looked that stupid in Krim's eyes. The girls laughed, but Krim still raised her katana, saying that she would simply kill her to convince her. The girl did not believe this, insulting Krim. Krim asked again. It was not the time that she was insulted, to which the defeated one began to justify herself. She feverishly thought about what she could do in this situation. Here she saw someone's silhouette approaching behind Krim. She recognized him as a familiar guy with an axe, but she didn't understand why he was returning. The girl didn't attach any importance to this, because now it was more important to save herself, and she offers Krim deal. She promised to give a third of all the stolen ore, because the idiots from her team would not notice a big loss. But Krim was skeptical, because she realized that she really did control all of her team's rare ore. The defeated one realized that she had said too much. She began to justify herself even more, saying that it just slipped out of her mouth, or that it was from her personally. Krim enjoyed the girl's clowning, asking why not everything at once, and the girl cursed her. The girl was angry that Krim dared to mock those who were older than her, but it seemed that everything about Krim infuriated the girl. But the girl was buying herself time. Her weapon was illuminated by light. She used the martial art banishment and the ground exploded beneath her, leaving Krim confused. She couldn't believe that she had aimed her skill at the ground, emitting a smoke screen from which flashes of something could already be seen. The martial art rainy explosion threw a pair of daggers at the standing Krim, but she deftly dodged and advanced. The girl screamed to get away from her, but then the blade of the katana clanged and caught the guard of the girl's sword. With a deft blow, Krim knocked the sword out of her hand, horrifying the girl. She sank to the ground, covering herself with her hands and asking to wait a minute. From behind Krim, an axe at the ready. The silver-haired woman was surprised by him, but believed that Frey and the others could have been killed, and the defeated girl rejoiced at the successful return of her accomplice, having already begun to mock Krim. But she rejoiced too soon. Krim managed to dodge the crushing blow of the axe, trying to hit the girl on the ground. The villains were in a panic. The girl called it obvious disrespect, ordering the guy to speed up and kill Krim. But he already knew this. His axe was illuminated by a spell. The boy screamed to surrender, but Krim kicked the weapon out of his hands, canceling his skill before it could activate. Krim screamed as she swung her katana, telling him to save his decisive actions for the right moment. The blade ended up at the man's neck, and Krim just thought coldly that there was one less. The boy opened his eyes in surprise. The blade didn't go in too deep, and Krim didn't get an instant kill because the boy managed to intercept her hand. The girl wanted to continue her attacks, but the guy simply evaporated the blade. She had to finish cutting him, but then her life bar decreased with a sound. The three froze in a silent scene. The girl pierced the guy through and through, and her blade managed to reach Krim. The girl laughed, calling it cute. The feeling of furiously plunging a sucking blade into a little girl. The blade moved deeper and deeper, and she kept wondering if this was the right moment for her to save the decisive move. The guy shouted to wait, but the girl ordered to hold the girl. The deadly piercing pierced both the boy and the girl. Blades protruded from his chest, and the hand holding her went limp. The girl was happy, because the girl had caused her too much trouble, but then she was surprised. It turns out that Cream wasn't hit, because she was able to quickly close the distance with her legs. She pushed away from the guy, dodging the daggers. Several attacks missed her, and her health didn't completely deplete, but she was interrupted by the sound of her health decreasing. The girl thought she was a stubborn little brat, which was fine because Cream had a little health left. "No more critical hits," she said, clutching the weapon. It was a gun. Moving away from the girl was a bad move. Just one shot and Cream would be dead, and the girl smiled, pointing the gun. The situation quickly turned around, and now Cream was at a disadvantage. The girl said that all this time she could have simply agreed to her offer for the ore, not when she was so greedy. Cream looked at her silently. Her finger slowly squeezed the trigger, telling her that she was going to die now, but Cream had already braced herself, preparing herself. She took off, and the bullet pierced the cloak, leaving the girl confused by her miss. Cream continued to jump around her. Coming close enough, the girl swung her katana, but the girl had already managed to aim. Cream again managed to dodge miraculously. The bullet grazed her hair. The girl began to really panic and could not calm herself down, even with the fact that she could win with one shot. My hands were shaking, because it was impossible that anyone could dodge bullets. The girl couldn't hit even once. Cream dodged everything. And then the girl recognized her by her movements when she played a large combat VR MMO. It was the time of the siege battle in World Crisis. Everyone was dressed in pirate costumes. Someone heard that the enemy team had broken through Point B, to which the girl said that it was time to show them right now. The dark-haired girl was glad that the other team was a rank below them, and there was no real reason to leave most of their guys to defend. To which the girl wondered why she was telling her this. She agreed that many men would not be needed, but was interrupted by a cry that the enemy had broken through the main gate. The enemy crew was running between the houses, preparing to attack the pirates. The girl decided to leave her guys to protect the flank, saying, as always, to prioritize those who hunt for the ball. The guys agreed, and she was already raising her pistol, deciding to do her job right now. First, she wanted to knock out the knight who was running ahead of everyone in what the girl called a suicide run. She considered him an idiot, not taking him seriously. The shot was accompanied by the girl's phrase about his inability to play, and that he did not even try to change his movements, running straight ahead. But the bullet passed the knight. The pirates were surprised that the guy was able to dodge, but the girl blamed it on fluke. But the dark-haired one insisted that the knight looked like he was reacting to the shots and dodging. The girl called the short one an idiot, saying that such a thing was impossible, which offended her. One of the knights looked at the knight in the red cloak, saying how the bounty hunter usually dodges literally everything, to which the latter replied that this was simply what he expected from his doctor. The third knight inquired about the bounty hunter's strange nickname, but the first was surprised that it was the first time he had seen Crimmy Bounty Hunter. The third one kept wondering if it was true that Crim could see bullets, which of course was not true. The fourth knight seemed to know his method, lifting his visor to reveal Frey's face. He said that Crim was provoking his opponent to attack, and with this, he could predict the moment to pull the trigger. It's hard to aim at someone who moves chaotically, then someone who runs in a straight line becomes an easy target. Now, the bounty hunter was moving unpredictably, darting in different directions, and the girl was at a loss. But then, just for a few seconds, the knight enters into movements that are easy to read, and, of course, the enemy will not miss such an opportunity to make a shot. Then, at this moment, Crim can more or less guess when he will be shot at, and not only that, their eye movements when they were concentrating, the movements of their fingers as they pulled the trigger, and the steadying of their hands as they prepared to fire. After reading all of this, the bounty hunter could use his exceptional sense of hand-eye coordination to then dodge the shot. The bullet pierced the collar of his coat, and Frey kept explaining that since they weren't using gamepads, the resistance to pulling the trigger in VR was the same as in real life. This requires an unerringly conscious application of force. Or, to put it another way, the moment you decide to shoot, you cannot stop yourself from pulling the trigger, even if your target suddenly disappeared. The girl fired, but Cream dodged again. The blade cut through the air with lightning speed, hitting and cutting off the girl's hand with the gun. The severed hand fell to the ground, and then the girl finally remembered where she had seen Cream before. She was that same bounty hunter, the Red Knight. But Cream corrected her, saying that it was not a red knight, but a blood knight, and that she was not particularly worried about it, but the girl ordered her to shut up. The girl was indignant. Why of all people did the bounty hunter Cream come for her? He would definitely start playing duo with her. Cream was shocked that now the girl knew who she was, and was afraid that she would start spreading rumors that the girl was actually a guy in reality. The girl was overcome with anxious thoughts that everyone would find out her secret. She was stuck in this game for 3 months, and the situation was deplorable. But she didn't show it, saying that if the girl kept quiet about it, she would let her go alive. But she was still surprised, because she couldn't imagine that the bounty hunter was a girl, but it was probably all in the armor. The girl stopped abruptly, not believing that Cream said that she would let her go, but she denied it, saying that, on the contrary, she would not let her go. Cream realized with relief that the fact that she was a guy in real life was not revealed. The girl nodded, saying that she understood, but asked if she was sure that everything would be okay with her team, because they were small fry and both girls knew it. If Cream didn't hurry, they would die, but she could prevent that, and that didn't mean she was worried about them. The girl said that she also knew directly how difficult it was, but she was interrupted. Cream straightened up, saying that she wasn't worried about her friends, because they weren't small fry. So, if the girl was okay with it, the knight offered to spend some more time together, aiming his blade at her. The girl cursed, trying to crawl away from the bounty hunter. Suddenly, Cream's shadow turned into a hand and grabbed the girl's shadow, paralyzing it. She couldn't move because Cream was using shadow binding, a low-level skill that restrains the target with the user's shadow. The bounty hunter wanted to say that she wouldn't escape, but then another shadow appeared behind her. The girl wondered who it could be. A faceless figure in a hood stood on the cliff with a sword at the ready. Cream was surprised by the enemy reinforcements. There were too many questions in the girl's head about the stranger, what he was, what kind of light surrounded him, and whether his wings were made of fire. Because of the ominous aura, she thought it was a ghost. Then, that it was a player, or maybe he was one of the villain's comrades. The girl was lying on the ground behind Cream, and was also looking at the guy. She recognized the man as the guildmaster of the Northern Glacier, but she didn't know why he was here. She thought it was a great opportunity because the guildmaster was said to be the strongest player in the current meta. If she can distract the hunter from attacking him, then the girl is absolutely certain to lose. The girl hated to admit it, the hunter was strong, but she had fought this guy before and knew that his skills were on a completely different level from the hunter. Cream with her too. The girl shouted at the guy to come down quickly, because she was sure that he was bored to death there. And Cream was indignant about this. The man jumped off the cliff and the girl took out her katana, preparing for his inevitable approach. He jumped right between the girls, and the ground heaved from his blow, startling both of them. The girl felt the ground begin to collapse. Cream was impressed by his attack, which opened an underground mining tunnel. She realized that there was also a way out, and he tried to do that. But it didn't feel like the leader was attacking this place on purpose, more like he just wanted to land, but he made such a hole just with his body weight. Cream wanted to understand if the wings of fire and the incredible weight were from his skills or the specificity of his race, but it didn't matter now. The girl didn't understand if she should chase him, she couldn't see because of the dust clouds, and she also had very little health left. This could be the end of her if the guy decided to attack her the moment she landed. But if she was going to go down there, it had to be before the dust cloud settled. If it came to a fight, she could hide in it. Cream smiled, realizing that this was a battle of speed and no time to hesitate. She jumped down, immediately pressing herself against the wall, because now she couldn't lower her defense. The girl had only one leg left and she couldn't go far, and Cream had to watch the traps in the mine. The guy apologized, saying he didn't mean to interrupt them and couldn't imagine that there would be an underground tunnel right here. Cream was surprised at how calmly he spoke, but she still didn't trust the words of a stranger. Someone shouted that it was true. Assistant. The voice came from the cart moving along the tracks, thanking her in advance for the good game and that now she could escape alive. The girl with one leg was in the cart. She said goodbye to the guys, calling them idiots and congratulating them on their victory. She pushed off the support with her only leg, accelerating. The girl egged him on. saying that she had a feeling that the guy wanted to fight Cream. Cream asked if the guy wasn't on the same team as the girl, but he replied that he was the guild leader of the Northern Glacier group and his name was Saul Leon. The girl remembered that, according to Elmir, they were first in the guild rankings. The guy said he came here when he heard about a group of PKs who had set up a base here, thinking to eliminate them so that they wouldn't prey on newbies. And yet it was Krim who aroused Saul's greatest interest. He couldn't think of it as anything other than a miracle that he managed to meet her. Krim reminded him that he wanted to fight, but it was impossible at the moment. He stabbed himself in the chest with his sword, saying that it would be fixed quickly now. It would be a fight with sudden death, because Saul's health level was the same as Krim's, practically at 0. Leon said that if Krim didn't want to, then she could go on her way to pursue the escaped girl, and he wouldn't stop her. Leon said, "Indeed, the scent of her overflowing spirit was such an intoxicating scent." Krim smiled, and Saul wondered if she would choose him. Eventually, the boys returned to the shrine, where they prayed to Krim. Frey replied that it wasn't that they came here in the end, but to get the shrine's buff. Freya was happy about this, since they wouldn't have any problems with monsters. Still, who would have thought that there would be such a trick here, even though it wasn't uncommon to play such a trick? Frey told Freya that she would be surprised how often it wasn't mentioned. Hinagiku was glad that it was her time to get a boost and returned to the fight. The boys prayed, and someone's voice said that he had not taught them to pray. The strangers talked to each other, asking to teach them to pray so as not to remain in ignorance. But someone's sharp voice shouted that the punks should be in the sanctuary. Freya recognized the voices, asking if they had been caught up yet, which was bad. There was no time to pray, they needed to hide in the shrine, but Freya and the Kitsune were unsure. Inside, the shrine was filled with strange things that scared the boys, but Frey thought maybe it was a curse debuff. The girls started fooling around, but Frey told them to be quiet, because the enemies were approaching. The boys carefully pressed themselves against the barred window, looking out to see who was there. There were 3 PKs, and one of the subordinate monsters, it seems the one in the mask, survived, and they guessed where the guys were heading. Freya whispered if they were safe, to which Frey asked how long she would wear the hat she had taken from somewhere, which the fox liked. The door was now locked. If the enemies did not notice them now, Frey was sure that they would go further down the slope. Hinagiku happily said that it was time to hide and seek while crawling into a wooden box, and Freya replied that it was like playing metal gear. But Frey kept asking them to be quiet, because the villains were approaching. The dark-haired girl asked if those punks were here, and if they were serious about running away with their tails between their legs, but the men said that they didn't need to run away. He suggested checking out the dilapidated barn, to which the girl said that he would be cursed for what he said. The man was surprised that he just needed to come here and get a buff, but the dark-haired girl didn't know. She tried to open the door, but it was broken and wouldn't open. Nothing much could be seen through the barred window. The girl did not see the carefully hidden guys. Frey managed to rejoice at this and start thinking of a plan, but then the man asked if she had touched anything except the door handle. The man said that several places on the door were still warm, they were inside. Microchips and cameras were hidden under the hood. The girl was surprised that the guys were really there. The boys were puzzled how they were found, but Frey realized that infrared light was to blame. It was a unique ability of the gnomes. They could see the residual heat where you touched. The dark-haired girl shouted to get out and pointed a crossbow at the door, shouting that the boys were no longer safe, and certainly not with this old door. Freya began to panic, not knowing what to do, because soon the villains would break down the door. And there are also a lot of twill monsters. If the door is broken, they will rush in, and the heroes will die instantly. But they said that the sanctuary is protected by sacred power, they will not break it so easily. Frey suggested that the entire room might be a sacred element field, but no one understood what it was. Frey explained that in Duo there is a concept of elements, weakness to water, weakness to fire, a system of this type. A place like a church will have a sacred field, and if a demon enters there, it will be weakened, and vice versa if it enters a shrine with the same attribute. Since this place could be like that, there was a chance that the monsters could get debuffed, and the guys could somehow survive. And the dark-haired girl suddenly screamed at the heroes to stop being scared kittens. She continued to insult him, saying that they had been running all along and that Frey had only refused to fight me because he was weak. But Frey had shouted that they had no chance of winning without a trainload of monsters, that they were just a bunch of cowardly weaklings attacking a newbie who was proud of it. They vowed to make each other cry. And the dwarf shouted to the girl to finally just break down this door. Frey screamed that he would rip out her tails and strangle her with them, but that was too much. Freya said he was scaring the kitsune, but he thought she was fine. But as it turned out, Hinagiku was shaking, cowering in a corner. Then Freya told Frey that when she was little, after playing, she would sometimes receive negative messages from opponents. Even if it's just text on a screen, it's really scary to have that kind of hate directed at you. It was enough to make you want to stop playing games altogether. It's normal to be scared when an adult is angry with you, Freya continued. She thought the kitsune had just put up with it until now, even though she was scared. Frey began to realize his actions. The girl said that if this continues, the girl will simply log out and never log back in again. Freya said to let Hinagiku escape, and once they meet Cream again, they can play in a safer place together. Kitsune was asked if she really hated PC that much. She replied that not long ago she had a friend who played another game with her, but evil adults attacked them and the children came out. Frey realized that he had gotten carried away, and Hinagiku said her mother's words that if she encountered a PC, do not doubt. The girl touched her sword and finished the sentence about how they had to be killed, destroyed without the slightest pity, like the worthless ticks that they were. There had been monsters around them before, and the girl had resisted making the situation worse until now. But even if she died, she really wanted to kill the villains. The boys were taken aback that she wasn't afraid, and the kitsune asked them to forget everything she said. But Oni drew attention to a more serious problem. The door wouldn't hold for long. Freya suggested folding their hands in prayer and using the sacred power of purgatory to destroy all the monsters. But Frey explained that this is not how elemental fields work. Kitsune asked if that meant that her sacred skill was now unusable as well. Frey was doubtful, as he couldn't think of any unique beastman skills that could help in this situation. But Hinagiku asked, didn't she say that she wasn't a beastman? The enemies broke down the doors, realizing that they would soon not be able to withstand them. But then someone's voice shouted that this was the end of their savagery. Hinagiku jumped on the door, breaking it down and burying the dark-haired girl under herself. The latter was surprised by this move. The kitsune managed to jump up faster than the monsters managed to aim. The girl found herself engulfed in flames, cutting the monster apart. She screamed that all three of their heads would serve her as an offering to this shrine. The flames surrounded the girl, stunning the enemies, but the man didn't care much. He said that now was the time, because the rest of her team had left the sanctuary and they could easily deal with everyone. But still, the man did not understand what kind of effect Hinagiku had, because judging by his infrared vision, she was literally burning. The girl even received damage from the recoil. In exchange for constantly dealing damage, she was buffed, he realized in amazement. The rest had not yet left the sanctuary, had the hero's vanguard panicked, and this was simply a reckless attack. But maybe not. The man could not rule out the possibility that the girl was being used as bait. After all, why send a child? The dark-haired girl shouted whether the man's ears were working, because it turned out they were aiming right at him. But the robot saw nothing unusual and asked the girl not to waste his time. She screamed that he was an idiot and that he needed to turn off the thermal imager, because the elf cast several balls using the spellbook. The robot realized with surprise that the balls were made of water. Frey knew that he couldn't see it because he was concentrating so hard on the heat source. The spheres hit the robot and it screamed that the elf had used his infrared vision against him and what the hell he was doing. The dark-haired girl knew that this was bad and how those idiots managed to stay calm in a situation like this. She didn't know what to do, but she thought that at times like this, at least theoretically, she just needed to be a little more simple. Concentrated attacks were the basis of the PvP combat. It was all about crushing the enemies one by one. Then she would still take out the girl. But she was just stabbing her sword into the masked monster. The kitsune killed the monster, terrifying the dark-haired woman. But the man told her not to panic, even though the monster was dead. All the remaining monsters were angry at the kitsune, and if they ignored her, she would die by herself. Luckily for the villains, only one of the heroes had the buff. Oni entered the fray, immediately recognized by the robot, drawing his weapon. Freya was surprised by the sword, but Frey suggested that perhaps it was his primary weapon, and the crossbow was secondary. After all, Frey hadn't seen them use the skills for the crossbows, and they probably only had the bare minimum requirements to wield them. The dark-haired one was glad that the heroes had lost their protector, and this would be their final act. But instead of striking, he just turned around and walked back, leaving the villains confused as they tried to catch up with him. Hinagiku stood on the roof of the shrine, watching as all the monsters huddled together, and Oni helped attract the rest. Hinagiku said that creating a locomotive of their monsters was the specialty of the villains, and now they made a locomotive out of all of them. The girl burned with blue flames, scaring the villains. It turned out that Hinagiku is not an ordinary beastman, but a silver fox, which, unlike the first, is more humanoid and has a rare race. Silver foxes have holy element skills, the skill of self-destruction. The first time the girl used the blue flame, her health dropped to 0 and she died, and she didn't use it after that. But now, standing on the roof of the sanctuary, she glowed blue. Once the fox's unique skill is activated, she will begin to take a lot of damage from the recoil, but it will be filled with both sacred and fire elements, and not only that, but also a boost to attack the demon. Combine all this with the elemental field of the sanctuary, which is the weakness of monsters, and the girl becomes unstoppable. She turned into a real monster, burning with hellish fire and destroying everything in her path, terrifying everyone. Using the Divine Hell Whirlwind Strike skill, Hinagiku punished everyone by burning all living things to ashes. The heroes rejoiced at their victory, deciding to see what the monsters dropped. Hinagiku's hands were shaking slightly. She couldn't believe that she had such power. Playing for an unusual race is very picky, because you need a healer or healing potions to not die from these skills. But Freya decided to leave all this aside, worried that Cream was delayed. But the guys didn't take it seriously, because that's what Krim was like. They went and called their master. They said there was no sign of the girl, and the elf confirmed the absence of traces of the enemies, asking if they had moved somewhere during the battle. Kitsune suggested that she had been kidnapped, and Freya became seriously scared. The girl drew a picture in her head of a girl sitting tied up with a bag on her head, and a man shooting at her with a gun, saying that she was a valuable hostage, and she screamed to kill her. But the girl had thoughts of a different nature in her head, where a stranger lifts Krim's head with her boot, saying that dawn is still far away. The girls screamed that they would never forgive their enemies for this and had to save her right now, but Freya was more interested in where the big hole came from. Everyone looked in surprise at the hole, which clearly wasn't there before. Hinagiku could smell Cream, but she couldn't figure out where the smell was coming from. Freya remembered that it was a buff for all beastmen, and Freya said resignedly that Cream was in that hole. They had to jump there could be enemies there, and they couldn't relax. Jumping into the hole, Frey and Hinagiku shouted to Krim, asking if she had gone down there. But then the elf noticed long, jagged marks, countless battle marks. He could not guess what kind of battle could have taken place here. He thought that the woman Krim was fighting was using heavy weapons, but then Freya called him to her. In the distance, Krim was lying on the ground. Everyone crowded around the girl, asking if she was okay and what happened. Cream was glad that the boys did it, they won, and she was happy, and her body began to peel off with interference. Freya asked not to tell Cream that she lost. The blow hit the lantern, cutting it in half. Cream was terrified, dodging the blows. Both of them were almost out of health, and the one who struck first would win. They fought with all their might. Cream barely managed to block Saul's blow, striking sparks with her blades. The boys' attacks were huge. He left no empty spaces for counterattacks, and the attacks themselves were powerful. The girl understood that he had a typical power structure, but she did not understand how he could attack, even when he himself could die from one blow. But he answered that he who does not take risks does not drink champagne, swinging again. Leon swung and struck, leaving the girl with no choice but to try to block the blow. The huge range of his attack was a huge problem, but out loud the girl only wondered if he was overdoing it with the spear attack. She barely parried the blow, realizing that it was no surprise that with such a large attack radius, there were no open spaces. Compared to Cream, Leon began his attacks much earlier. With such an incredibly large reach, given Saul's tall stature and long sword, swinging from a long distance, he can compensate for the slowness of his heavy body. The girl realized that by keeping her opponent at a medium distance, she could completely dominate him, and that meant that Cream's attacks would not reach him. The ground crumbled under Saul's boots, and he asked if it was her turn now. If not, he could continue. Krim gave in back. Leon struck again, which Cream was forced to block again, jumping further and further away. His blow shattered rocks, and the girl thought the destructive power of this attack was simply laughable. Perhaps the boy was benefiting from the centrifugal force created by both his weight and his swing. Krim screamed that Saul was laughing at her because he had broken through the stone so easily and sent her flying. Leon swung silently, and the girl could not dodge in the air. She was caught. The blades met again with a shower of sparks, surprising both opponents. Cream used the wall, jumping further into the shaft. It was amazing, in this world, without any combat skills, without the help of the game. Cream held 2 daggers in her hands, continuing that there was someone who could wield 2 weapons. Using only 1 weapon against you, it just didn't feel right. That's why it was time for the girl to get serious. She knew she would lose if she naively fought him in his perfect state. She rushed forward, knowing she needed to get closer, and then she would destroy his advantages. Now Krim could strike, but Saul dodged, fought back, or attacked himself. The blades met, Cream pressing on hers, trying to bend it, telling Saul that his advantage was at mid-range, and didn't he think his skills were too weak at close range? But Saul wasn't tense. The girl thought that with his weight, it didn't make him invulnerable to attacks from the front. Leon dropped to 1 knee, admitting he hadn't thought the girl would read him so well in their first battle. But suddenly, Saul's weapon began to crack. Both were surprised, and Cream realized that this was her chance, because the blade broke. Leon grabbed a rail from the minecarts, jumping with it at the girl. She realized in horror what he was doing. A gloved fist ended up right next to her face. Saul's bare-handed punch sent Cream flying into the air. The girl's body began to interfere. She fell to the ground without strength, looking at Leon. He said that he would stop being greedy. Clenching his fist and looking at it, he said that he expected to finish her off with 1 blow, but now he thought that she had a high level of self-healing. In any case, he thought that he had won, and Cream asked to finish it and was surprised that he was not going to finish her off. But Saul thought that it was bad manners to kill someone who couldn't move. The girl thought so too, but it was a battle to the first death, and Leon thought that he won because he struck. He wondered if Cream would participate in the battle for the guild rating. The guy admitted that this time, they both held back under these conditions, not showing their equipment and their hidden cards. Leon was ashamed, but as promised, this was their only fight. Cream said, rising from the ground, that next time she will not lose. There was very little time left before the event, but Krim was determined. He would be stronger by the next Urazu, and he hoped that she would be too. As he walked away into the darkness of the mine, Saul said goodbye, that when it happened, they would fight in better condition, and he told her to use everything she had. Krim fell to the ground. Krim sat on the broken rail, and Frey only spoke tiredly about Saul Leon. Krim was sad, because it had been a long time since she had lost. Frey never thought that Saul would come here. The girl decided to change the subject by asking how everything went for the guys. Unfortunately, there was almost no loot, they answered her. It sounded like their leader was in charge, and Hinagiku promised that next time she would definitely be dead, scaring Cream. The elf asked Freya if it was fun enough to bask in the glow of victory, and she agreed, saying she was tired of being on guard all the time. Then the light of a minecart appeared from the depths of the mine. The girl who was trying to escape arrived right at the feet of Krim and her friends. The girl was horrified, asking how the heroes were able to get ahead of her. Frey did not understand the question, because she appeared behind them, but Freya thought perhaps they could know. And he knew that if he didn't turn the lever to change the path, the man would simply ride in circles. Something the fugitive apparently didn't know. She began to blame the developers, trying to talk her teeth and move on. She understood that the Cream team defeated the rest of her group members and called their fight excellent. The girl tried to get away, but the cart fell off the tracks, running into a section raised after the fight with Saul Lian. Frey wondered if this was an attempt to escape from them, and the Silver Fox said that the fight was not over yet, frightening the fugitive. But the loser said that she had already admitted her defeat, mentioning that the bounty hunter had already let her go. But she only remembered that the girl had run away, and Cream had not forgotten how she had insulted Frey and the others. The girl cringed, preparing for the worst, trying to justify herself. She apologized. As the leader, the girl went too far, and maybe the guys really were strong. And so she suggested that next time they worked together, making a ton of money just hunting newbies. If they teamed up, they would be unstoppable. Frey slapped his forehead with his palm, but the girl didn't stop, saying that the heroes were just as fond of fights as she was, and it would be so much fun to kill them all together. She was suggesting a truce, But Krim answered harshly that she was not interested in such things. They liked PvP fights, but PK was not their thing. The girl understood that she had lost. The girl continued that in the quest they had taken, there were conditions that had to be fulfilled, and that was why they were eliminating the same as the fugitive. The fugitive was surprised that Krim did everything for the sake of the quest, and not because she thought they were evil. But then she got angry, shouting and asking that the heroes had no morals at all. Frey began to explain the rules of the game, and the fugitive realized that the heroes wanted to write a complaint against the villains, and began to ask them to wait, calling it all a joke. The girl said that no one died, and it could not be considered a PK, but they immediately decided to offer a compromise by calling it a fight. The fugitive was surprised that there would be no complaint filed against her team. Krim responded, taking out her dagger, that if they were having a fight here, shouldn't they end it with a good sportsmanship game? The blade cut the girl named Bianca, her health dropped to 0, and a bag of treasure fell from her bosom. She reached for the spilled contents, screaming that she realized that Krim wanted to end all this. Bianca screamed her gratitude for the game and crumbled into tiny jewels. A defeated hand was sticking out of the oar, with the middle finger raised. Freya was delighted at the large amount, asking what they would do with it all, and if they would return it to everyone. Frey knew that posting the post on the forum would attract too many scammers, and offered to take it all for himself. The heroes rejoiced at the new wealth. They said that it really showed how many victims there were. Krim was happy that there was not only hate steel here, but also a ton of other rare ores. Freya and the Kitsune were simply happy about the treasures, and Frey was thinking about profit. Freya asked what would happen if someone else reported the villains, since they were just the Krim team. But Freya reassured her with the saying, "What goes around comes around." But Krim was glad that their quest was completed, and they could return to the Kimai Pass. At the feast, the girl with horns told the girl to eat because she was tired, to which she hesitantly agreed. The adult continued, talking to herself and putting her hand on the girl's head, considering the real reason for the disappearance of their men to be the attack on those bandits. She considered them retarded because they died at the hands of such people. She offered him training, and he asked her to go easy on him. At the feast, they discussed Mount Rakume, thinking that the villains would not come again. The girl wanted to make sure that the men Oni were accompanied by a woman when they went there. Women Oni were stronger after all. The girl thanked Krim for her team's hard work while she ate. The girl was distracted from eating by a message. The woman said it was not much, but in addition to that, in the future she would be able to safely use the local amenities at her discretion. The message was about an exploratory quest. The woman Oni told about the onsen and the hotel, also free for use. Krim will get a discount at the blacksmith, tailor, and tea house. Moving closer and embarrassing the girl, she seriously suggested that the bounty hunter move here if she wanted. The rest of the party told Matu that she would have to lend them cream from time to time, but she agreed, which confused the girl. Sitting by the fire, the girl remembered Saw Leon's phrase that he would become stronger by next time, and hoped that Krim would too. The girl replayed their fight, and his one blow in her head. Looking into the distance, Krim realized that he was already strong. She was torn from her thoughts by Frey, who came from behind. The elf sat down next to them, saying that they had finished unpacking, and there was only a little left. The girl thanked them for their work, asking what the others were doing. Hinagi-ku was learning katana skills. It seemed like Krim's training had worked. And Matu said that she would personally forge a katana for the fox, and Frey had high hopes for that. Matu was talking to the Kitsune in the distance, saying that now that she had the long-awaited skills of wielding a katana, she needed a new katana to go with it. Krim smiled as she watched. The girl clasped her fingers together, and Frey asked if, from what he had heard, she had almost lost, and if it had bothered her. Krim remained silent, but she soon replied that she wasn't very good. Matu forged a new katana, while Krim said that Leon should also be able to wield 2 weapons. Hinagi-ku was amazed at the heat in the forge, and Frey asked if the bounty hunter was sure. Krim reasoned that Leon didn't use a shield, his left hand was free the whole time, and he adapted very quickly when she started to strike with 2 weapons. This let her know that Saul knew how to do it, and Freya and Hinagi-ku watched the process of creating a new weapon with fascination. Frey wondered if this meant he was holding back, but the girl thought he was more likely hiding an ace up his sleeve. He would save it for the guild-ranked battle. Krim knew she was stubborn, but all she wanted was for him to draw his other sword. The girl told how in the middle of the battle, Saul tore out the rail and she completely lowered her defense. because she could not think of such a blow. Frey laughed, saying that he was glad, but Cream did not understand him. He thought she was depressed and was a little worried about it, but Cream looked like she was having fun whining about it. The girl replied that it didn't look like she was trying to have fun. Hinagiku called out to Cream, holding her new katana above her head. Frey noted that the fox kept calling the girl master and that Cream didn't need to make such a pathetic face in front of her student. The girl agreed, smiling and making the elf smile too. He jumped up, asking the kitsune to let her see the new weapon, and Frey called her a troublemaker. Demonic sword Onikiri, Matu could assure the heroes of its sharpness. Hinagiku liked the look. Freya thought it didn't look particularly demonic, and Cream knew it was a rare EX rank weapon. Among the stolen items was a particularly rare ore, which is why Bianca was so desperate to survive. Cream was glad that Hinagiku had the katana and could use it, and Freya that they had completed the kitsune's mission. Hinagiku agreed to this, but Freya still asked if everything was okay and if the girl was happy. She was embarrassed, saying that in addition to just helping, from now on she would have a new task. Cream smiled, talking about the guild rank battle, and she wants to have the best vanguard. If the kitsune wants to join them, the heroes will gladly accept her. The girl asked the smiling Hinagiku for his opinion. She rushed to hug Cream, saying that she was happy to join their team, bringing smiles to the boys' faces. Matu said that Cream had made a good group of friends, to which Cream replied that she felt awkward when she said that. Hinagiku was now an official student of Cream, and the girl was surprised that it worked like that. Then a new voice was heard. It was Ryunosuke, who had finished translating everything from ore to money. He acknowledged that his friends had done a good job, and that he could finally continue developing swords, and he was grateful for that. But he still wondered if they really wanted all the ore to be processed, and what they were even going to do with that much money. The boys were in the northern quarter of Wyndham, in the shopping district. Cream happily said that it was time to upgrade their equipment. The higher the guild's rating, the more points it will receive. Guilds can then use these points to improve the defense of their territory. Freya said that one day they would control a huge territory and create their own country. And for this, they needed to be at the top of the ranking. Hinagiku understood the reason for the fighting in the guild battle, and asked if the preparations had already begun. But Freya didn't know for sure, and Cream asked to wait a minute. They gathered around the table to discuss. Cream said that according to the forums, depending on where you are, the gear sets you can buy will have different stats and abilities. There is currently no documentation on the gear available in Naval or Kime Pass. Frey thought that given the distance from the store to the starting area, it seemed like it had nothing to do with the quality of the gear. Kitsune was surprised that the boys had been browsing forums and strategy sites all this time, and Freya was interested in the plan of action. Prim replied that they would visit every city and go through all the gear they had, with Frey adding that they would find the strongest gear combination in the current meta. Freya noted that the boys were much more serious than usual, and Hinagiku was only worried about her weapon and the rest did not matter. But then the elf shouted that this was not so. The fox clung to the elf in fear, and she scolded Frey, telling him to be less impulsive. He apologized, but Freya asked Cream to say something. She confirmed that it was important to find a good set of gear. Even if they may look similar, they will have different stats. You also had to consider your playstyle. You had to make sure everything had good synergy. Their version of the game had too many options to choose from, which irritated Cream so much that she asked the elf for his opinion. But the elf replied that it really wasn't necessary to describe everything in such detail, and he thought the game was worthless. Besides that, there were other concepts like reduced weight, elemental resistance, durability, toughness, set effects, etc. For some people, this was the most interesting part of the game. Freya and Hinagiku sat in silence. The former did not understand anything and asked permission to leave this part to Cream and Frey, and they happily agreed and decided to start right away. The boys visited several shops with completely different items and clothes. Afterwards, they, tired, gathered again at the same table. Freya said that usually guys don't go shopping for so long, but Freya was angry that they didn't end up buying any equipment. Freya didn't understand why they should buy anything without considering the hero's build first. They didn't have enough information about the equipment in Nivelle or Kime Pass yet. But then Cream was pleased that she had finally figured out the equipment for all four of them. They would combine equipment from different sets to highlight their strengths. Freya expected this, but there was more to it than just appearances. They decided to go on a second round of shopping sprees, scaring Frey. They dressed up in different outfits, and while Cream thought hers was perfect, Freya would never wear this. Freya was surprised by this, because her outfit was good and was perfect for the current meta, but Freya was talking about aesthetics. Everyone stared at the elf, making her uncomfortable. Freya asked to kill her, and Frey reluctantly agreed that her costume might look strange, but there was no need to worry about it. Anyway, the next thing they had to do was buy some stuff. The saleswoman greeted them cheerfully, but was immediately scared by their equipment. Acquiring some traps and poisons would also be nice. The old man thanked them for their patronage and was about to ask what items they needed, but he was afraid of Hinagiku. They decided to have a bite to eat, since everything was settled, but they scared the innkeeper. Freya didn't want to shock the villagers, and the fox suggested that she return to the original version. Freya also began to sympathize with them and suggested making some concessions in terms of aesthetics. But then someone called out to them. It turned out to be a fox girl. The guy's equipment seemed interesting and unusual to her. She asked, just in case if the heroes had heard, that there was a way to change only the appearance. Freya was surprised by this. 3 girls dressed up as costumed characters greeted the heroes, saying that they would turn from trash into treasure, and that the avatar store would help them transform beyond recognition. Freya and Hinagiku looked at them in fascination. The fox was happy that the girls would be able to change the appearance of their avatars. Frey asked to finish this quickly, but the kitsune said that this would not happen, depending on who was going with the elf. Cream really didn't care what she looked like, and the elf agreed with her exact point of view. She asked to leave everything to the guy, but then Freya intervened, saying that she would take these words to heart. The bounty hunter was confused, but the elf pressed, asking if she had made herself clear. The girl immediately began to try on all sorts of outfits on the girl, so quickly that Krim asked to wait, but she refused, showing the new clothes. Krim asked Frey to do something about it, but he flatly refused, saying not to drag him into it. Krim was surprised by what Freya had become. The elf laughed, asking where the bounty hunter was trying to escape to, since they still had a lot of things to try on. Then the girl's gaze caught on something. It turned out to be a dress set that the elf thought was cute. Freya called the saleswoman, saying that Cream would take that dress, and the girl was surprised that she chose just one. Freya asked if there was anything left, looking at Cream's underwear in the form of shorts. The elf began to offer a more feminine model of underwear, asking if she would take black or white, but Cream did not want either of them. But for Freya, this was not an answer, and Cream gave in. The elf asked if it was difficult for the girl to decide, and she could try on both options, but Cream insisted that she wanted the white ones. Frey yawned tiredly, saying that girls spend a lot of time shopping at the store. Everyone except Cream left the store happy. She felt like she had lost something as a man. Hinagiku was glad to say goodbye to her stupid equipment, and Frey was assessing his suit. The elf thought the girl was very cute, and asked to let her go, but Freya couldn't allow it, because the costumes were very expensive. Here, everyone received a notification from the developers. It seems it was an announcement. The time of the qualifying ranked battles was announced. The elf was surprised by the announcement. Freya began to panic that they had not yet found a 5th member for the guild, but Cream knew there was no need to rush. They still had a few days before the start. Lisa frowned, reading the registration signs. They needed to go to the administrative district of Wyndham in the southern quarter. The heroes decided to go see what was happening there right now. A whole crowd of people had already gathered there. Someone told me how to register. As a guild master, this could be done at the registration desk in the guild building. The line was huge and only getting longer. Frey suggested looking at the qualifications. He thought that the goal in the rating was to raise your rating. If you win, you will rise. If you lose, then the opposite. The guys can get into the match in 2 ways. There is a competitive queue where guilds with the same ranking are matched against each other, and there is an open queue where guilds are randomly matched against each other. The top 64 guilds by ranking will be eligible to participate in the main competition, where all participants will be placed on a huge map. The guilds would fight until only one remained, and this was called a battle royale. Prim was shaking with impatience. They couldn't just stand there. They needed to find the 5th participant as quickly as possible. Someone asked if these people weren't the favorites to win. The Dark-Robed Guild, the Northern Glacier Guild, and in addition to them was the Azure Dragon Storm Guild in white robes. Krim realized that more and more influential guilds were appearing. The girl was asked if she wanted to take a look, but she said that they only came to scout out the situation. They are waiting for their moment, and the heroes need to find the last member of their guild. The guys were taken aback, but they understood that they had to do it. The heroes drew a crooked notice and hung it on the board, hoping that someone would be interested in it. Frey was surprised. The battle with the villains was difficult, but after all, Krim wanted to try to find the person directly. But she answered that this place was created for this, and she was right. The robot girl held their ad in her hand, asking if they needed a fifth member. She was bothered by the strange name for the guild, the Abyss of Genocide, and immediately changed her mind. It was a settlement at the foot of the mountains, Krim said, that if they won, they would receive eyes, and if they were among the 64 best teams, the guys would pass the preliminary round. The girl Yuna encouraged Krim, telling her to try her best. The boy asked what kind of person Sol Leon was, and the bounty hunter began to describe his appearance, saying that he was tall and handsome. The boy asked if he was cool, and Krim answered sort of like that, but then elves in work uniform called out to her, saying that George had a hard time. The man asked George how long his break would be, and to come help him fix up the house. The boy didn't want to do it, but the man leaned over the child, put his hand on her shoulder, and said that little Miss could start living here in Naval. It helped, because George ran to work and Yuna with him, and the man watched, and they were having fun. Krim thanked Ludgar, and he asked her not to worry about it, because he liked doing such things. Freya asked Krim if it wouldn't be nice to have such a nice guild house, but in any case, the girl seemed very interested in participating in the tournament. The bounty hunter answered positively. Freya was wondering if Krim wanted to defeat Leon, which was one of the reasons why Krim wanted to participate. She explained, spreading out the map, that the game had a territorial system. It was never released, but eventually guilds would be able to capture territories. While guilds can conquer territories solely through military force, it will also be possible to gain control through diplomacy. Excluding starting cities such as Wyndham and Valhallen, all areas will be affected. Including Naval, the children lived in the court, the fox suggested, making it the headquarters. It was beautiful and pleasant here. In real life, you won't see such a sight. Krim's expression became serious, because she was saying that in this game, the villagers do not revive after being killed. Many of the villagers from Kime Pass are already dead by the hands of those villains. Frey realized that Krim wanted to protect Naval from evil players by installing defense equipment here. Hinakiku noted that unlike Kime Pass, the people here did not have good defenses. They needed a lot of guild points to set up a defense, but that could be easily solved if they reached the top of the guild rankings. That's why Krim wanted to win the ranked battle. The guys took up fortifying this place, and the bounty hunter was happy about her friend's enthusiasm. But still, they didn't receive a single application for membership. Not a single person sent an application to join their guild. Krim didn't understand what was wrong with their poster. She questioned whether reusing the name was a bad idea, but Freya didn't think it was a problem. The elf realized that Krim didn't understand at all, and Frey said that it was useless to bother with it, and that they needed to try another move. In their case, there was no choice but to recruit participants directly, so they headed to Valhallen, a free combat zone. There were more people than last time. It seemed like it was too crowded. Some strong guilds were fighting right now, so a crowd had gathered. Hinagiku was panicking because she couldn't see anything because of the crowd of people. Northern Glacier Guild was in the arena, and Freya remarked that if they were faster, they would be able to see their fight. Frey would not mind watching it either. Someone's screams attracted Krim's attention. Beastmen in hazmat suits sprayed the people with rubbing alcohol, saying that the dirt needed to be sterilized. One of the beastmen approached Frey with cream. The girl took off her mask, sniffed them, and said that they had passed, but just in case, she decided to disinfect Freya. The carpet was laid out, and someone's voice said that perhaps they had not heard of them yet, but now they would declare themselves. The girl in the carnival mask introduced herself as the master of the Lily Garden Guild, White Lily, and she was glad to meet everyone. She was happy to finally find Krim and ran to hug her, saying that she was simply adorable. White Lily invited the bounty hunter to join her guild. Krim was taken aback by such a proposal, wondering whether the girl was talking to her, because her guild was of the highest level. Freya herself was surprised by this, but the elf imagined Krim dressed as a maid and doing maid things. But the White Lily did not live up to her expectations. It was not a maid guild. Her guild was the Lily Garden, to which she invited Krim. Then the girl realized that all those maids she dragged with her were actually from their own separate guild, and they confirmed this. They were a group of sweet, innocent girls who loved maids, and their guild, the Maid Gang, was created to master the art of mating. The head maid was pleased to meet the boys. Krim hesitantly repeated after her, and Frey asked if the Lily Garden and the Maid Gang worked together. The head maid replied in the negative, saying that Oja was selfishly tagging along, but she thought that was one way of saying it. In order to practice and perfect the art of the maid, they rolled out the red carpet every day, and before they knew it, someone strange appeared. From then on, every time they rolled out the carpet, the number of Oju following them increased. Oju said that they were nobles and could not walk without a carpet. The maid guild leader continued, saying that they were now freeloaders in their guild house. White Lily said that she still took very good care of them, but it was all because it was perfect for them as maids. The boys compared it to the symbiosis of a sucker clinging to a shark. The White Lily again attracted the girl's attention. She asked again if Cream had joined her guild, but the girl did not understand why. The girl smiled, talking about her beautiful face. She had no doubt that she had noble blood in her, and the girl was surprised that it was all just because of her appearance. Rhea screamed to stop, because the White Lily could not take her cream without the elf's permission, but then a huge wolf appeared behind her. It was Aaron, which meant the Black Wolf Squad was already here. No one understood how this turned into a meeting of the best guilds. Aaron was friendly, saying he didn't mean to scare them. He used too much of a growl and was quite close. It turns out he scared people quite often, or so he was told. He couldn't believe it when he saw Cream, and she was surprised that he had heard of her before. Aaron told her that she was incredibly famous for her katana skills, and asked if she could tell him a secret about how to gain such a skill, but Cream refused for legal reasons. He asked if she saw what was happening downstairs. Solion was getting a whole interview for himself and saying that he was being treated specially, but soon the battle for guild ranks was about to begin. The wolf was surprised that the girl played this, and personally saw her match with One Knight. She looked great, and he was rooting for her. The girls did not understand the wolf's phrase about the knight, because he used it incorrectly. The interviewer asked Leon if he followed any guilds, and he started listing a solid list. Krim was surprised by the guy's calmness in front of the crowd, and the next question was about which player Saw Leon paid the most attention to. The guy called Shao, and the crowd immediately began to whisper about the player from the Azure Dragon Storm Guild. Krim asked what kind of person he was. The elf replied that his name had come up often. The Azure Dragon Tempest was an extremely organized guild, and Shao's ability to manage it was astounding. But then Leon said that someone else came into his mind. He began to describe the child in the crimson cloak, but those were quite common. The wolf and the White Lily looked at each other in confusion. Someone in the crowd recognized Cream by her katana skills, but other spectators in the stands began squabbling over who had caught Saul Leon's attention. Saul winked at Krim, and the guild leaders whispered among themselves about the child in the crimson cloak, and suddenly both stared at the girl. Frey said they were leaving because nothing good would come from attracting attention, but they needed to find the last member for their guild as soon as possible. White Lily and Aaron also started to leave, but they thought about Leon's words, wondering if he was really talking about Cream. Lily thought that the girls simply enjoyed playing this game and acquired the katana skill by accident, while the wolf thought that he might need to change his attitude towards her. The leaders talked to their subordinates, and Krim was becoming increasingly interesting. Oju Masks agreed with her, and the wolf Janice noted that Cream was out of Aaron's sight, but he was lucky he was there. White Lily wanted to get Cream on her team even more, and the wolf said that the result would not change no matter who they were against. Everyone looked at the girl's crimson cloak. Freya was worried that the tournament would not go well, but Frey thought that if Cream had the same organizational power as Xiao, Leon's answer would have been different. It was Xiao Sol that Leon considered his greatest threat. Could the boy be stronger than Leon? Freya continued. Freya told the Kitsune that they could not lose to their friends in spirit, and following their example, they walked just as proudly. A few days later, the boys were sitting on a bench, guessing shapes in the clouds. Someone shouted at them to accept reality as the reception desk closed, and a voice announced that the preliminary ranked guild battle was no longer being accepted, and they still hadn't found the fifth member. Ryunosuke yelled, not to be rude, and wasn't he their fifth team member? They were sitting in Wyndham Central Park, and the man meant that he wasn't very good at fighting, but still, the boys were completely disappointed, saying that he would take payment from them and would only hide using stealth skills. Lisa was surprised that he was really that bad, but Ryunosuke asked who he came to help. The man was surprised when Krim started crying and asking for help. It turned out she had sent him a video with a request. Krim called him a savior, thanks to whom they could take part in the tournament, and he asked if the girl was going to use the mercenary system for the qualifiers. But the bounty hunter didn't know what it was. Ryunosuke explained that even if a player wasn't in a guild, it didn't mean they couldn't participate. The mercenary system solved the problem if you were a solo player, or if there was not enough one to participate. With this system, everyone could enjoy the event. Ryunosuke was excited, saying that he could become the 5th member, but changed his mind at the last moment because of Frey. The elf said that they didn't need mercenaries for now, and it would be nice to see Ryunosuke again after all this time. The man was pleased to hear that, and he was confident that he would be able to bear his weight this time. The guy suggested starting right away, but Hinagiku asked about their strategy, but Frey replied that it didn't matter. Krim supported that they didn't need any strategy, since it was the first day and they just needed to get used to the atmosphere. Frey said that she just wanted to get a quick match. The girl had a point, and everyone agreed to use it right away. The match started, and they were teleported. They found themselves in the jungle instead of the arena. Ryunosuke explained that the tournament used maps with randomly generated terrain, and each match was a search and destroy round with no respawns. They needed to gather information, and Ryunosuke pulled out a robot from his bag, the most advanced technology Naval had ever seen. But the heroes simply went forward. Krim explained that since they were in the qualifying stages, they could just go with powerful weapons. Frey added that if they had problems in these opening matches, winning the fight would be an impossible dream. Ryunosuke reluctantly agreed and ran after the guys. An alien team was walking through the jungle. One of the people suggested splitting up, but then a knife stuck right into his helmet. The guy took off his helmet, examining the dagger stuck in it, but the second one shouted not to take off the armor. Ryunosuke was glad that his knife had hit his opponent, even though it was thrown by Cream. Hinagiku took out her secret sword, Kokonoe. Cream and the fox rushed to attack, frightening the opponents. At that time, Frey cast a spell, paralyzing the enemies. The girls cut off their heads, happy that it was easy. The team wanted to keep this momentum going. Winning Guild of Guys rose higher and higher in the rankings. They were in 140th place. The bonus from winning consecutive matches was big, and in this case, they could easily get into the top 64. They boasted about their new weapons, while thinking that even for a rank-based match queue, there is still such a massive skill gap, but soon the guild levels will level out to reflect their skill level, since everyone started at the same level. The guys decided to take a short break when Ryunosuke called out to them. He said that he would need to log out soon, because he had to go to work tomorrow. The heroes were surprised at first, but then they remembered that they also had chores to do around the house. The fox said that they could only hire up to 2 mercenaries, which was not enough to continue. The man replied that today was only the first day, and they had some freedom to work. Everyone began to get ready for bed. Krim realized that everyone else could log out while she was stuck in the game, and that was her reality. She began to think that maybe it wasn't so bad to live here. The girl lay down on the bed, continuing that she really shouldn't say such stupid things and she needs to go to bed, but for now she'll quickly look at who's first in the current ranking. And then it turned out that her team had been demoted to rank 700 overnight. It turned out the guilds were active 24 hours a day. Frey explained that they would swap out all 5 fighters and leave. The purpose of this event was to rank guilds based on their strength rather than individual members, and numerical strength had advantages. Freya doubted they could make it to the top, and Ryunosuke thought it was too difficult for a small guild of 5 members. But Krim encouraged them to strive to kill more people. If they win and their opponent has a rating much higher than the guys, then their rating will increase more than usual. Krim suggested opening a queue against a random team until they encounter high-ranked teams and then crush them. She called this strategy the Giant Killer. Frey realized that if the plan worked, the rewards would be huge, especially considering the streak bonus. Ryunosuke understood what Cream wanted to do, but he still doubted that there would be high-ranking teams there. There was no point in them trampling a low rating, because then they themselves would not gain any points. But it turned out that Krim had done a little research. It turned out that all the influential guilds were focused on random matches. If they used the full queue, their maximum match rank would drop dramatically, and a loss meant the end of the win streak bonus. Because of this, they switched to open queue play. Guilds can just endlessly fight weaker guilds and gain points with a win streak bonus. Frey figured out that they could track down the guilds, which sounded scary but fun. All that was left was to get lucky enough with one match. And if it doesn't work out, then they'll just wait until all the random people go to bed. The ideal time was from 2 to 5 in the morning. But that didn't sound fun. Ryunosuke knew that the children were on vacation and asked how much time they spent playing. Freya had 120, Frey had 280. Ryunosuke was surprised, because the game had only been out 20 days ago. He played 280 of the 480 hours that existed in the game. Krim had all 480, but she didn't tell him. Hinagiku ran towards them, apologizing for making them wait. Now that the entire team was assembled, they began to stand in line. Two girls were talking about their new weapon. The boys were discussing how they would kill others with their new weapon. But then the Crim team attacked from behind the bushes, killing those. The next team had a volcano area they were monitoring. They wanted to wait and shoot the travelers. But the guys defeated them too. The guys also killed the Elder Knight Journey, whose rank was 4/4s, and the Ubongo Aborigines of a slightly lower rank. The people tried to talk to the Crim team, but they were determined to win. Cream asked Frey if it was strange that they hadn't encountered any high rankers, and Fred had to agree that the number of guilds using this strategy was lower than they thought. Hinagiku and Freya were asked to find at least one of the top 200. On their way, they came across a flooded temple, almost all of whose paths were underwater. Frey suddenly attracted the girls' attention, a rank 18th noble raven guild. The leader noticed Crim's crimson cloak and called her Leon's self-proclaimed rival. The guys understood that they could not miss such an opportunity and decided to join the fight. The children had seen a lot of unique races, but they had never seen a bird type before. They thought they were a type of beast people and wondered if they could fly. But Frey replied that there had never been a single race that could fly, and the fox was surprised by this. The new map was cramped compared to the others. It was about the size of a baseball field. The platforms in the central lake looked tiny. One misstep, and they would end up in the water. The lake was as deep as an athletic pool. Cream asked if Ryunosuke could fly while holding onto his drone, but his model was set to attack only. The girl was surprised that drone could attack, because she had never seen it, and Ryunosuke replied that they just quickly killed everyone. Unlike the center, there were many stable supports along the perimeter, although it was a large detour. Frey was wondering which route they should take. The beastmen began to stir. They put away their melee weapons, and Crim realized that they would attack with ranged weapons. Frey decided to push them and take the center in one fell swoop. Frey and the girl jumped. She knew that they were finished. If the crows had any momentum, they had to start the attack right now. Frey was surprised that they had to jump through all this, and Ryunosuke ran, glad that this type of map was great. The opponents also rushed into battle. Crim did not expect that they would also take the initiative. Frey thought that they would use a long-range strategy, and it seemed strange that they left the place of appearance. Suddenly, the crows stopped and one of them started coughing. The bird screamed, and the boys literally froze. They fell into the water, no one could move, as if their bodies were made of stone. But the effect lasted for a moment, and the girl regained her senses. It was still dangerous to be in the water, because the birds could completely crush the boys. One of the ravens froze the surface of the water with his staff, trying to drown the children. Crim knew the lake was too big to freeze completely, but the birds managed to cause chaos. Only Frey seemed calm, trying to figure out the situation. The ice was thin and easy to break, but when the kids surfaced, they would definitely be shot. It was like a game of whack-a-mole, with Cream and her friends being the moles. The boys couldn't just stay underwater. Frey wondered what he would do in the raven's place. The raven used lightning-piercing magic. His fist broke the ice, because there was no time to waste, but the raven noticed the fugitive. Ryunosuke's drone launched an automatic attack, which canceled out the raven's spell. Cream was surprised that the drone had an automatic mode, but then Frey lost consciousness. She dove, trusting the man of her friends. One of the ravens shot down the drone with an arrow. The leader ordered them to hurry and catch the one who had come to the surface. But no one got out, and the animals were surprised by such a quick defeat. The girl emerged, and the raven was surprised that her idea for a surprise attack was to approach the edge of the ice. Cream jumped onto a column, moving further away, distracting attention and thinking how to get closer. She looked around, wondering if it was better to take the perimeter, but the ice seemed slippery. The crows were getting ready to shoot. The girl used a heavy shadow weapon. Cream used the spiked tomahawk. Striking the edge of the arena, she tried to make the terrain as stable as possible. Raven thought that before she approached them, her friends were still underwater, but felt that ignoring Cream was dangerous. The girl ran along the top while the panicking crows came up with a plan of action. Cream thought that since they had large heads and petrification skills, they were basilisks. She needed to divert their attention from Frey and the team. 4 shots to the head, and 7 from above were closing in on her. Cream dodged 4, now she had to dodge the remaining 7, but they seemed to be homing. The shots raised dust, and the crows were happy to have caught her. But it turned out the bounty hunter had gone under the bridge. Her movements fascinated the crows as she used the chain to get out from under the bridge. The leader of the Ravens knew he had to stop thinking that Krim had just placed 600th, because she was as good as the ace of a top team. He screamed, "Don't stop shooting!" The shooter had already taken aim when something exploded next to him. The ice on the lake was blasted with destructive magic, a selective explosion. Frey was entering the fray while the leader of the Ravens demanded that some watch the hole in the ice and the others follow him. The crows let the girl move them, but it was no problem, because the petrification was out of cooldown. The bird opened its mouth, preparing to attack, while Cream was petrified. The others had to act quickly. But the girl covered her ears with her hands. Of their skills, the roar skill was almost the quietest, and it was very easy to block. Cream was not sure if it would work, but she still decided to try. The raven thought she was an idiot. From time to time, they met people like her, and the bird had a talisman just for such an occasion. It turned out that the petrification skill was useless when the beast held a weapon, but now that things had taken this turn, the skill was useless. The bird clutched the handles of the sickles. She decided to attract Cream by simulating a roar. Raven pulled out the sickles, thinking that he had outplayed her since she didn't know the skill activation conditions. Cream couldn't let her guard down, afraid of turning to stone, and it was impossible to tear her hands away from her ears. She was disarmed, but the girl kicked, surprising the bird. Cream fought with her legs, not caring that she was wearing a skirt, embarrassing the bird. Koke was shouted to switch off as soon as possible, but she was amazed at Cream's concentration and understood that this was the one Leon was talking about. Cockatour's raven was destroyed by the girl, while the boys finally emerged from under the water. Frey realized that it seemed to be all over. The boys got points and a bonus for the winning streak. The team was happy about it. With the additional bonus, they moved up a ton, to 235th place. Freya congratulated everyone on starting the Giant Killer's plan, and Cream was inspired that they could do it. The video of Cream's victory went viral and started gaining views and comments.